Can we say if either of those titles are Starfield or Indiana Jones?
They are not Starfield or Indiana Jones.
The game's coming to PlayStation 5 in spring of 2025.
Can we say if either of those titles are Starfield or Indiana Jones?
They are not Starfield or Indiana Jones.
The game's coming to PlayStation 5 in spring of 2025.
Can we say if either of those titles are Starfield or Indiana Jones?
They are not Starfield or Indiana Jones.
The game's coming to PlayStation 5 in spring of 2025.
Dangerous to rely on teraflops as an absolute indicator of performance.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And thank you, as always, for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. A couple of weird things going on with the intro. But here we are. Whole slate indeed, seemingly. PS5 Pro? Yes. Just responding to the 1 or 2 word questions. Good morning, Captain Hook. Appreciate you being here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We have quite a bit to discuss today. Gavin House says hat. Yes, Gavin, hat indeed. Xbox traumatized about games coming to PS5. You know what it makes me think of, dude? In all seriousness, it makes me think of that like meme of the dog, like where the cupcake is put in front of the dog, and the dog just has like Vietnam flashbacks, except instead of Vietnam, just like different things Phil Spencer has said over the years. MBG, bro, there's a guy on YouTube trying to say you were wrong about Indiana Jones on PS5, talking a bunch of trash. I mean, I would ask who you're talking about, Gypsy Solid Snake, but I'm not so sure that it's relevant, you know? I'm not so sure that that individual is very relevant, unfortunately, for them. You're saying you hate when they don't watch the videos. I mean, yeah, that's the most common thing. It's always easy to like spot when people have only engaged with trolls on Twitter or YouTube, or like, you know, these people that take stuff out of context. It's always easy to tell because they're just completely missing like, oh, but yeah, like remember that time, maybe even from that same stream, I said the opposite of what you're claiming. Do you remember that? Oh, you don't? Because you didn't watch it? They just, damn it, you know what? They know I'm not going to clip myself. One day, though, guys, come on. We need more fan funding here. We need more memberships. We need everything, because I need to be able to afford like an editor. I need to be able to afford to hire somebody to just like clip all the, like just to counter clip. Their entire job is going to be to just edit and counter clip. All right. This is how we will win. I'm like half serious though. Wes, a member for 12 months, says 1 year of Mark Cerny. Here's to another one. And then proceeds to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Cerny emojis. Mark Cerny working on the PlayStation 7. Skipping the PlayStation 6. Sony's going out of order. Because why the F not, you know? No, it's all good, Gypsy. You didn't upset me. It's all good, Solid Snake. It's all good, man. See, we got a direct donation. I do wonder who this could be. Could it be? It is. It's Rich Rod 908. He can't help himself. He said, wait, is this from yeah, it is. Okay, yep. It is. It's a little bit delayed. Yeast, you butterscotch wanksta. You ugly. And MBG will wreck you. Concord gunplay is so good. He goes into praising Concord after that, bro. Rich Rod's nuts. Rich Rod's out of his mind. He says Concord gunplay is so good versus other hero shooters that I guess you meant to say it's worth the $40. It's fun. Rich Rod out here talking trash while enjoying Concord. You love to see it. Thank you for that, Rich Rod. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's been donating directly, by the way. I really appreciate those direct donations. They help a lot as well. And fish, I'm just gonna say fishy. I almost said it. I got to be careful because early, you know, YouTube and all that stuff, especially earlier on. But Fishy comes in and drops a single membership gift.
Thank you.
Let's go. He's starting it today. He wants to get the member train rolling. Thank you for that, Fishy. Damn it. Well, that's so annoying. It won't let me add single membership gifts. My streaming software is like, guys, you got to stop dropping singles because we're not going to count them anymore. I'm going to count them manually because I appreciate them. That is seriously one of the most annoying things, though, with this latest update. We have Doolin Jones coming in. Thank you so much, man, for the generous super chat here, bro. Appreciate all the support. You're saying Phil needs to get his shit together and come out and give Xbox fans a game plan for what his team is doing for platform releases. This, quote, will they, won't they, end quote, shit is getting old. I love Indiana Jones films, but the game I am not sold on. Doolin Jones not holding back. He's coming out swinging, bro. Rich Rod, Doolin Jones, all you guys. Coming out swinging. I actually 100% agree. I think it's actually nuts that Microsoft is putting Phil out there, and I think still Sarah Bond, just to give these, like, it's not that they're giving non-answers, but it's like you're saying, like, will they, won't they? Like, we're just gonna keep you teetering on the edge, maybe, maybe not, you know. And I'm definitely gonna dive into that conversation, because that's the whole thing here. Is yesterday we watched the stream, right, and we saw it happen in real time. Indiana Jones coming to PS5 spring. Apparently, Tom Warren's saying it's actually maybe coming as soon as April, which is nuts, because that pretty much confirms there is no exclusivity deal. It just confirms that they need a little bit more time for optimization. At least that's how I'm reading it. But Dolan Jones, yeah, I feel bad, man. Well, I don't. I'll be honest. I actually don't feel bad. But can you imagine, like, being one of those people that was, like, spending days or weeks on the internet, whether it be, like, through comments or Reddit posts, or, you know, even people on, like, certain podcasts and streams are making certain content where, like, it's just 4 games, bro. Stop with the hopium. It's just 4 games. Like, could you imagine being one of those dudes at this point? You know, it's like, I tried to warn you guys. I tried to, like, listen, I got clowned on, and I get why I got clowned on, because I was very animated, I guess is what we can say. I was very animated that day, but I did a stream reacting live to the Xbox business update. It was February 15th. February 15th, 2024. That's when it all went down. It's when the shit was hitting the fan. It was getting real. But in all seriousness, like, I got clowned on after that, because I was, like, trying to tell people, like, don't fall for the BS, man. And I was getting pissed off as I was watching it, because I'm like, they're actually going to try to walk around this shit. They're actually going to try to tiptoe and try to convince people, like, no. Like, it's like, no, dude, like, we know it's going. Just say it. Just put it out there, please. Because I got so frustrated, because I knew that by Phil Spencer and Microsoft kind of tiptoeing and trying to convince people that, oh, it's not what it seems, it's not all that, you know, chill out, guys. I knew that there were going to be certain people that were going to run with that relentlessly. And you know what? Maybe it's a good thing that they did run with it, because now they look even dumber, you know? The vocal minority that they're too thick-headed, I guess, to be able to see the writing on the wall. They can't read the writing on the wall. Not surprising that they can't read, right? Doolin, thank you for that, man. We have Double O. Member for 5 months says, what's up, MBG? Enjoying your podcast at the moment. Was going to start one with a friend soon. Any advice for newcomers to YouTube/podcasting? Best of luck. Well, thank you for that, man. I will say that I feel like it's difficult for me to give advice at this point, because the one thing that has certainly changed over the years since I started is there's, like, way more competition, which, not saying that to discourage you, it's just there's more people than ever trying to do it. The advice that I will always give is just whatever you're planning to bring to the table in terms of, like, this is what my channel is going to be about, or this is what my podcast is going to be about, or this is what I'm going to, you know, focus on. Just make sure there's a real genuine passion behind it. You know, there's too many trend chasers out there. There's too many people that are just grifting everywhere and anywhere. And to be fair, it does, and it can work, and people find success that way, but I think it's pretty hollow, and I think it's very likely unfulfilling. So if you're doing it in a relatively serious manner where you're hoping, you know, you're hoping something comes of it, I would just say make sure you bring the passion. You know, make sure that's at the heart of it, because I feel like even when things are tough, or, you know, maybe it takes a lot longer, or things are not necessarily going the way you had hoped, that passion is what's going to kind of sustain you to allow you to keep pushing forward, so you can, you know, hopefully get where you want to go. So that's the best advice I could give, Double O. Hopefully it helps. Jay Remy says, MBG, it's not worth arguing with Xbox. They are hopeless. They have nothing left to stand on, nothing to lose. If Microsoft ended all things Xbox tomorrow, they would argue why green is greater than blue. Very well put, Jay Remy. It's true. Yeah, it's true, man. And, you know, here's what I'll say in a more serious manner, right? there are still people out there, Xbox fans, if you will. You know, I'm assuming they're Xbox fans. I'm not sure why else they would be saying this type of stuff if they weren't. But there are going to be some people who are like, no, Microsoft is not going full multi-platform. Like, they're not convinced. They're not 100% convinced. And I'm not saying that these are even the radical people or the annoying people or the insane people. But there are going to be some people who are not fully convinced that Microsoft's going full multi-platform. And my tempered response to that would be, that's okay. But surely at this point, you can agree that it's a real, genuine possibility. There's a real, honest chance that that's exactly what's going to happen in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, basically running up to whatever the next generation looks like. I think everybody at this point, regardless of what you think or what you believe, right, like is going to happen, I think everybody should be able to at least come to the agreement that yes, it's a real possibility that that's what's going to happen. William coming in with the hype train. MBG, people are not ready for the PlayStation showcase. People have downplayed PlayStation so much that they're going to be incredibly surprised. Do you remember the day is coming in September? Oh, you almost got me, William. I see you. I see you with the trying to get me to sing again. Yeah, no, for sure, man. I'm probably going to have a dedicated stream talking about that. Project Latitude. Yeah, Project Latitude, a.k.a. Microsoft's plan to go third-party, full multi-platform. We need a PlayStation showcase now. I mean, dude, the timing of this would be fascinating. It'd be like a 1-2 punch, except one of those punches came from Microsoft themselves. When the new Gears goes multi-plat, there will be no more argument. Yeah, I mean, I think some people are still kind of clinging to the fact that, well, it's not a pillar franchise, right? It's not. It's Indiana Jones. It's Disney. So it's not Gears. It's not Halo. It's not Forza. It's like, okay, that's fine. You're right. But come on, you really think that's not going to happen? Like, you really think that's not going to happen? It's going to happen. I'm sorry. It just is. I didn't decide that, but it's going to happen. And we have Fishy coming in with a $20 super chat here. He's coming in saying, I remember when people kept trying to shit on you for saying Metal Gear Solid and Silent Hill projects were secretly being made, and you turned out to be right. None of those clowns apologized to you, but we know you're the real deal, bro. Well, thank you so much for that, Fishy. Yeah, and you know what the craziest thing about that is? Like, I wasn't even coming to it as like an insider. That's the craziest part about it, Fishy, is like, I didn't come out and be like, guys, my inside source told me this. Like, no, I was reporting the shit that was out there and basically trying to make the most sense of it and simply saying that, like, listen, of course there's going to be something Metal Gear related, but look at who's reporting this, right? Look at the track record of who's reporting this. I think it was like VGC that came out and was straight up like, yo, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is happening and it's being developed by Virtuos or however you say their studio name. And I was like, oh, you know what? That seems to hold much more weight than the previous rumors we heard about a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake for PS5. Granted, that was one that I believed for a long time because it did seem like there was a lot of smoke there. But yeah, man, it's not even about taking victory laps, right? It's just about people not being fucking assholes constantly. It's not even about expecting an apology either. It's just, you know, at some point you would expect at the very least people who have been egregiously, I guess you could say, just nasty, right, to people. You would just expect them to be able to come out and at least be like, you know, maybe I was wrong on this one. My bad. I get it. Some people are too prideful. Think we should stop talking about rumors. I'll never stop talking about rumors, man. Just like I'll never stop talking about Xbox. Can't stop, won't stop. Nah, man, I think it's fun. That's the thing. Like, sometimes it can be disappointing. Absolutely. But part of the passion here for me is, you know, it's talking about the things that genuinely interest me and excite me. And I can't deny, it's obvious at this point, I've been doing this for years now, that like the rumor mill, I see William still singing in the chat. I just like, I just imagine William sitting there like straight up singing the song with the reworked lyrics the whole time I'm streaming. But that's part of the fun. You know, part of the fun is hearing about the rumors and the leaks and what could happen. And of course, the actual stuff that's going down. Like, I started playing Black Myth Wukong, and bro, holy shit, this game is fun as hell. You know? Like, I don't know, I'm feeling good, man. I feel like this summer has really dragged on, and it's been quite abysmal, to be frank. And I feel like it's finally coming to an end now where, well, I mean, summer's still, you know, I think about another 5 or 6 weeks, give or take. But it feels like we're finally entering that point where like things are going to start getting a little bit more exciting again. And, you know, it's not to say that there couldn't be disappointments around the corner. There always could be, right? We never know. But I don't know. I like that feeling. I do. I like the feeling of when things start to get a little bit more exciting. There's maybe some more rumors, some more talk about what might be going on, all while there's new games releasing. It's a good time, man. It's a good time. Isaac Adrian Chaos enters the chat. He says, "I'm back, motherfucker. Take off the hat." Isaac, we talked about this. At least I have a new hat. How do you feel about the new hat, Isaac? Isaac, I mean, look, dude, last time I was able to show like half my head, bro. That has to be enough for now anyway. Have I run into any performance issues for Black Myth on PS5? Just a few basic ones. I mean, I can tell like when playing in the performance mode, there are some areas where the frames drop a little bit, but it's like spontaneous. You know, it's very random, and usually it doesn't interfere with the gameplay at all. Generally speaking, it's well optimized. It runs pretty well. It's not perfect. I will say too, the performance mode looks pretty solid, but you can tell this is an Unreal Engine 5 game. The rumor that claimed that it was going to be 1440p 60 FPS, I don't think that's true. I mean, maybe it's 1440p. It doesn't really look 1440p to me. It looks a little bit blurrier than that. It looks closer to 1080p, to be completely honest. But it doesn't look bad. Like, it still looks really good. But I did mess around in the quality mode as well in Black Myth. And yeah, you could see like, okay, yeah, that's 4K in Unreal Engine 5 or close to it. Now looks really good. But obviously 30 frames. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stick with the performance mode. But it looks good. It looks good. I don't think it looks bad. I'm pretty, I would say I'm pretty content with it so far. Now, I've only played it for a couple of hours, so I'm not like deep into the game. But from what I played so far, really great game. What does the symbol on the hat mean? It means well, I can't tell you what it means. What I can tell you is it's supposed to hypnotize you, so you won't leave my stream. Yeah. So, Michael, stare directly into the symbol, okay? I need you to stay here. And if you stare long enough, it's supposed to encourage people to start dropping 10, 20, and 50 bombs. That's what I was told. I paid a lot of money for this hat, okay? I had like a ritual done on it and everything. So we're going to see if that works or not. Shout out to those who know. Performance mode is dynamic 1080p. I mean, yeah, dynamic 1080p sounds about right. There's no denying that if you're playing Black Myth Wukong on PS5 in performance mode, you're taking a hit. You're taking a hit visually, but it is Unreal Engine 5, and you know, I sit really close to my TV, so I think I notice things a little bit more than like most people. Like I sit too close to my TV. I'm like 3.5 feet away from my TV. It's like a 55-inch or like 4 feet away. So I definitely shouldn't be that close. And I'm like getting like more detail than I should. But like when I was playing it in the living room where I'm sitting like way further away from the TV living room's bigger. It's like a 65-inch. But I'm like, you know, I'm a good like 10 feet away or something like that, like 8 to 10 feet away. And It's crazy. It's like so true. I'm like experiencing in real time. Like the further away you are, the higher the resolution looks, even if it's like 1080p or around there. Whereas like the closer you are, you can definitely like notice the jaggies and stuff a little bit better. We got Will Hancock here, member for 14 months, saying can't stop, won't stop. We take those games. Absolutely. Absolutely. We will take those games and we will play them if we think they're good. Indiana Jones is going to sell better, bro. It's going to sell better on PlayStation. That's the craziest thing, too. I got an even crazy article here. An even crazier article we got to go over. And Michael Wernick straight up hypnotized, bro. Michael Wernick hypnotized by the logo on the hat, dropping a 10 bomb. Kicking it off, bringing us up to 11 members already on the day. Michael, thank you so much, bro. Keep staring. Don't stop staring at that logo. Let it seep into the very essence of your soul, Michael. Michael, I heard if you stare long enough into the logo on the hat, it'll tell you the future. I did it the other day, and it told me the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl this year, bro, and they're winning. They're winning that shit. They're taking it this year. Michael's going to be real fucked up now, dude. Michael's going to be all messed up, being like, oh my God, is this true? Wait, bro, hold on. Now he's really questioning. I'm really getting in his head right now. Rudy says, stop it. Yeah, you stare at it long enough, it stares back. But thank you for the 10 bomb, Michael. Let me update this member goal, show you guys where we're at. Yeah, I've fallen out of football, truthfully. It's been a long time. The last time I was really into football was when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Was that like, I think it was 2017? It was 2016, 2017? And I had been watching the Eagles my whole life growing up. And remember watching them lose in the Super Bowl in 2005. 2017-18, there we go, yeah. And after that happened, dude, I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to retire for now. Like, this is what I waited for, you know? And I just knew in that moment, like, it will never get better than this. The way they won that Super Bowl, the fact it was against the Patriots, I was like, holy shit, it'll never get better than this. That was the greatest football game I ever watched in my life, dude. That was incredible. Am I from Philly? I'll keep you guessing. I'll keep you guessing. Who knows? I could be in Texas or something. Nick Foles. What a legend. Do I watch basketball or baseball? No, never got into baseball like that. Kay the Barbarian says, damn, MBG, I didn't know you were an Eagles fan. I'm from Philly and we tore the city up. Yeah, I'll never forget that. That was not in Philly. You know, that's not where I saw the game. But I was watching what was going on after, and I'm like, oh, man. They were like oiling up the light poles and shit. Greasing them up. You know, before I move on here, I will tell you too, I don't know, this might be the first year I go back and watch the Eagles again because little MBG seems to be showing a real interest in football, which is, I guess, not that surprising, but he's definitely going to be athletic, and he's just naturally shown an interest in sports and anything, you know, physical, but he seems to be gravitating more towards football. So I'm like, okay, this might be the year to come back and watch American football, of course. Buddy Hall, you're saying you're from Philly too? Good shit, dude. And Michael says, sorry for getting him off topic, guys. I apologize. No. You don't have to apologize, man. I appreciate it. You know, I like, you know, weaving in and out of relevant gaming topics to who knows. It's no problem, man. Little MBG sounds so wrong. I guess I should probably just say my son. That's probably what I should just say going forward. All right, let's see. I will try to get back on track here. We got Alex Mercer, the prototype, saying, hands off the merchandise with the hat, huh? LOL. American football isn't football, it's handball. Wow, Fishy's really trying to go in chaos mode. He's like, let's talk about the election. Hell no. I ain't talking about that shit. I'm here to talk about Xbox games coming to PlayStation, bro. We got, I think it's Mustafa, right? Or is it Mufa? It's Mustafa. Member for 14 months. He says, got my heart broken, but I'll live. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. I'm glad you could be here, though. You came just in time because we are about to dive head first into this topic and this discussion. Take your mind off of your broken heart, bro. Do I think Halo will land on PlayStation 5? Yes. Halo will 100% land on PlayStation 5. I don't say that in some kind of arrogant way like, yeah, we'll take your Halo, Xbox. No, I just mean if you understand what's going on, what's been going on, yes, you already know what to expect in the future. Halo will be coming to PlayStation. I don't know exactly when, but it's probably not as far off as you would think. I think I had another direct donation as well. Let me see. Let me bring it up here. Give me one moment here, guys, so I can bring up this direct donation and see what it said. Got Gavin House with an $8 direct donation. Thank you for that, Gavin, saying console war is finally over, and instead of a period of peace, I've noticed the PC master race are quick to jump in and take their place. Bots in disguise, maybe? Yeah, the PC master race needs to get in on this, bro. With the Xbox console melting down, a portion of the Xbox fan base melting down, you know, the PC master race is going to come in, and it's funny you say, like, are they Xbots in disguise? What's kind of funny about that is they do kind of come off that way. I don't think they mean to, and I don't think that some of them are aware that that's how they come off, but like they almost do come off as like they're defending Xbox. It's like, I know that's not what you're going for, but it's a weird look. But PC master race, yeah, I don't know, man. If you're on PC and you're watching this, you're definitely thinking like, yes, like you're secretly cheering it on, or maybe you're just straight up cheering it on. Xbox took refuge at PC. Yeah. I mean, I feel like you're cheering it on to it. If not cheering it on, you're definitely not that upset about it, because it's like, I do think what PC gamers want at the end of the day, and I don't fault them for this, like, of course, why would you not want this? I think what PC gamers probably want is every game to just be there day one for them, right? Like, where there's no more waiting. I don't have to wait for the, console exclusivity to be up. I don't have to wait for this or wait for that. It just comes to PC day one. And if you think about it, what Microsoft is doing basically is one step closer to that. So I do think that that's probably why they're stepping in, because I think what a certain portion of PC players are hoping for is they're hoping that what's happening with Xbox right now is eventually what's going to happen to PlayStation. And the day that happens, it's going to be all games from both Xbox and PlayStation day one on PC. And look, I get that. If that's where you prefer to play and you're seeing the moves that both Sony and Microsoft are making, I understand where that mentality comes from. The only thing that I don't understand is why some people are so truly locked into that, where like there are some people, and I guess maybe it's what's happening with Microsoft right now is fueling it, but there are people who do believe that like that's exactly what's going to happen in like just a matter of a couple years. And it's like, listen, I'm not going to say no, that can't happen or that won't happen, because I mean, at this point, it's pretty clear anything can happen. But what I do think is that at least when it comes to PlayStation, it might not be as smooth of a transition, if that transition ever occurs, as people believe. I've always tried to say you just got to follow the numbers, man. And even with what we're about to talk about with Microsoft, It's exactly the same. You just have to follow the numbers, follow the data. If you want your answers, that's where the answers lie. Why is Microsoft putting their games on PlayStation? Because their games don't sell on their own platform. Why don't their games sell on their own platform? Because they're struggling to sell consoles. Why are they struggling to sell consoles? Multiple reasons, right? You got day one PC launches for everything. You got Gamepass. You got putting Gamepass in other places that are not just on your console. You know? I mean, there's a whole myriad of reasons. And so it's just like, now look at PlayStation. How many of those things are applicable to PlayStation? Not as many. Not nearly as many. Why is PlayStation likely not going to just take Wolverine or take Death Stranding 2 or take the next Naughty Dog game or take the next God of War game and drop it day one on PC? Because Sony knows, well, the last game sold tens of millions of copies and sold millions of PS5s. If the day comes where that stops and that no longer happens, then Sony will be like, okay, we should probably bring it over here now because we need to make money and we need to make sales. That's all it really comes down to. It just comes down to the simple fact that both Sony and Microsoft are video game publishers. They're very big video game publishers. Microsoft is now like the biggest in the industry. At the end of the day, they need to sell games. They need to sell hardware. They want to sell hardware. But the need to sell games, the need to sell the software greatly outweighs the need to sell the hardware at the end of the day, especially when you look at Microsoft at this point. Especially when you look at Microsoft. So, Gavin, thank you so much for the direct donation, buddy. We have Moses here, member for 13 months, saying, I haven't bought an Xbox because they haven't made anything good since Halo 3. So I'm not hyped at all about Xbox games. They still have nothing good. I mean, look, man, I don't know that I feel that strongly necessarily, but what I will say is when we came off of the Xbox showcase this year, I was like trying to tell people like, look, man, Xbox has a brighter future than we've ever seen before because a lot of these games look promising, but they're not out yet. And some of these games are nowhere near close to being out or releasing, you know? And I think that when we see something like Doom, The Dark Ages, it's like, will that be good? Like, yeah, that's obviously going to be good because it's Doom, it's made by Bethesda, it's software. But let's face it, Microsoft had very little to actually do with that. But people will be able to say that's a good Xbox game. But when we look at stuff like Fable, like I'm much more interested to see like, is Fable going to be good, right? Because that's a Microsoft game. That's a Microsoft property. That's a Microsoft game in the sense that Playground Games is making it. Playground Games is making it. And it's like, can you do it? Microsoft, can you do it? Not Bethesda, not Activision Blizzard. Can you do it? That's right, you. Can you do it? And that's why I want to see, like, how's that going to turn out? I mean, I don't know. It looks pretty decent. I liked what I saw. I'm not going to lie. I did like what I saw. It doesn't look bad. Looks like it has potential. But this is why, man, when we talk about, like, you see people still kind of console warring and stuff or you know, platform warring and whatever, and that's fine. Like, that's going to probably continue for who knows how long. But the fact of the matter is, regardless of how you feel about Microsoft and their gaming division, they still don't have what Sony has. They don't have it. If they do have it, we have yet to see it. If they do have it, it'll be revealed in the next 2, 3, 4 years. And what I'm talking about is, at the end of the day, it's easy for people to be like, man, Sony fucking sucks. PlayStation sucks now, dude. Like, I get it. We're looking down the barrel of Concord with nothing in 2025. I get it. We're looking at Astrobot, but a lot of people are not looking at Astrobot. I get it. Sony hasn't said jack shit about their upcoming games. Their first-party titles from their big hitter studios. Sony hasn't said a goddamn word in like 2.5 years. I absolutely understand why people are feeling the way they are, but it's easy. It's easy to come to this conclusion during a time of silence, during a time of quiet, during a slower time. But what people are going to be reminded of, and this is just how it's going to go. I'm not the one who decides these things. It's just the way it is. People are going to realize at some point, like, oh, shit. That's right. That's right. Sony has been making games this whole time. Huh. They have been, their biggest and best studios, turns out, were making games this whole time. I can't believe it. But that's not going to be the shocking part for these people. And maybe it won't shock them, but it'll certainly shut them up. The shocking part, or the part that's going to quiet these annoying weirdos, is, oh my God, and they're good. They're good at what they do. They make good games. Oh, Jesus, I forgot. You have just one small period of quiet. Couple, some bad news. Don't get me wrong. There's some bad news. Again, The Last of Us cancellation, Jim Ryan noping the fuck out of here, out of nowhere. And don't get me wrong. It's not all perfect. But the day is going to come, probably sooner than people realize, where Sony's going to come out and be like, yeah, guys, just in case you forgot, like, we still do make games, and we have very, very talented studios. Actually, some of the best studios in the world. So there you go. And it's going to be amazing when that happens, because you're going to see so many people be like, yeah, Sony's good again, bro. It's going to be funny. It's going to be funny when it happens, because I'm already seeing people that just a couple of months ago were like, nah, bro, those Xbox games, Indiana Jones, that shit's not going to PS5. Keep port begging. Well, you know what? We fucking will, because it's working. Little did those people know, the more they told us to keep port begging, be careful what you say, man, because people did continue to port beg. And look at what happened. Microsoft straight up came out on stage. They came out on stage. They didn't even try to hide it. They didn't put that shit in a blog post. They didn't announce it afterwards on Jeff Keighley's Gamescom stage. They were like, yeah, it's coming to PS5, guys. So we will keep port begging if that's how you want to see it. But what I was trying to say is that I'm already seeing certain people who were like trying to downplay what happened in February, trying to downplay 4 games coming over, trying to downplay everything that's shifting for Microsoft, and trying to turn it on PlayStation fans and like, oh, you pathetic ponies and all this shit, you're port begging, blah, blah, blah. Keep hoping it's never going to happen. It's just copium. And it's like, I'm already seeing them change their tune entirely. We're like, well, duh, yeah, of course, Indiana. Phil Spencer he wasn't just talking about those 4 games. He didn't lie, bro. Phil Spencer didn't lie. It was their one more thing announcement. Oh my God. What is happening, dude? But that's the thing, is you're going to see that exact same situation play out again. I don't know exactly when, but it has to be sooner rather than later, where Microsoft's or Sony's going to come out, and they're going to show their games. And here's Ghost of Tsushima 2. Here's Naughty Dog's next game. Here's Santa Monica's new IP. Here's Blue Point's new IP. Here's Sony Ben's new IP. It's going to, here are the second wave of second and third party exclusivity deals we signed. And people don't realize, like, that shit is on the horizon. Like, that shit has been what's been in gestation this whole time. And that's going to happen at the same fucking time that Microsoft is coming out here and being like, yeah, we are bringing this game and that game and this game too to PlayStation. So somebody said earlier that, man, Xbox fans really have nothing left to stand on. And that's absolutely true. It's true because, dude, like, this is the only way the Xbox brand could survive. You think Phil didn't think about this? You think Microsoft didn't know this was going to happen? They absolutely knew this was going to happen. When they bought Activision Blizzard, the end goal wasn't more console sales. The end goal wasn't, we're going to steamroll Sony. I actually thought maybe that was going to be the end goal. I was wrong. That wasn't, the end goal was simply, we just want we want to be the biggest publisher in the world and get the most amount of 70% rips. That's what we want. Microsoft, what's your goal? We want the most amount of 70% rips in this industry. That's their goal. All right. We have PlayStation Pete here saying, what game will win Game of the Year? Anybody got a butterscotch? I mean, right now, dude, it still seems like Rebirth is probably going to be... I think that might still be the most likely game to win Game of the Year. I mean, there are other titles, of course, but that's the one that I think is still at the top. Some people are thinking Black Myth Wukong might be in running for Game of the Year. I don't know yet. I haven't played enough of it to determine. But I could see it, yeah. I mean, like, just based off of what I've seen and what I played, I can't determine for myself if I would consider it a Game of the Year contender, but the necessary foundational elements that would be needed seem to be there. Yeah, people are buying PS5s for that game, dude. People wonder why Sony's like, just let them cook. Oh, what's that, Naughty Dog? You got to cook longer? Go ahead. Huh? What? Corey Barlog? You need more time? All right, yeah, no problem. Ghost of Tsushima still needs a little bit. Okay, sure. People wonder why Sony's so just chill about that, dude. Because Black Myth Wukong is technically a console exclusive. It's going to sell PS5s for us, and we don't have to do anything. Okay. Oh, wait, we're getting Indiana Jones? What? Oh, well, shit. All right, cool. Like, that's literally the position Sony's in right now. Why don't they directly say it then? Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. We have to wonder what's going on here. I think it's because they're just basically boiling the frog slowly here, you know? We got Marius here, member for 3 months, says, I'm curious how the PS5 will fare once Xbox shifts from being solely a publisher, especially since things aren't looking too good for it at the moment. Well, that's the thing. Sony has all these positives, I guess you could say, that are just kind of popping up without them having to do anything. Like, oh, we will get Indiana Jones. That's cool. We can sell that on, we'll make some money on that on PS5. And hey, Black Myth Wukong, we're the only console that it's on right now. Even though those things are happening, it is true that PS5 sales are starting to slow down. And I think that there's a couple of reasons for this. I think like one of the most obvious is it's still $500. By this point in time, the PS4 was $300, dude. Think about that. Like, this console is now $200 more expensive than the PS4 was at the same time. So I think that's naturally going to be a deterrent. But then you also have the fact that Sony has, like we talked about, they haven't really come out and did that big push where it's like, listen, we really want to sell the shit out of this console. So here's a fuck ton of new games, guys. Be hype. Like I said, we're looking down the barrel of Concord right now. So, I don't think anybody's going out there and buying a PS5 for that. I don't know how many people are going out and buying a PS5 for Astrobot either. I think Astrobot's going to sell well. I think it's going to do well. I think it's going to review well. But I don't know if that's selling consoles. I certainly don't think Until Dawn Remake is selling many consoles, if any at all. Lego Horizon that's definitely not selling consoles. That's going to Switch. So, yeah, it's like you have the fact that it's still $500. There's no tentpole titles. And Sony hasn't really been doing much to generate a ton of excitement yet. So I'm also wondering, like, how much any of this stuff that Xbox is doing will affect the PS5. I have seen, now look, this is just anecdotal, of course, but I've already seen people since last night basically saying, like, I was considering buying a Series S for Indiana Jones, or I was thinking about this was going to be the game that was going to do it for me, and now they're just not. So, again, I don't know if that's indicative of an accurate picture, like, oh, are millions of people, did Xbox just kill millions of potential Xbox sales? I don't know. Indiana Jones is relatively big. You know, it's a known property, and I would say it would have done something. It certainly would have done something. But again, that 70% rip that they're going to get on every PS5 sale is now more important to them than a Xbox Series S or X console sale. That's crazy to think, but that is exactly where we're at. We have a digital dude here saying PlayStation didn't have anything at Gamescom. Makes me wonder if they were saving it for their own show. It has to be. Yeah, that's the thing that really threw me off. I thought there would be at least one thing, dude, even if it was a Concord trailer. Even if it was an Astrobot trailer. I thought Sony's going to have something here, and they didn't have literally anything. Nothing. Actually, the only thing Sony had was for that TV show, the Amazon Prime show, the anthology series, where apparently there's going to be a whole dedicated episode to PlayStation IP. We saw Kratos, we saw Jin Sakai, and we also saw I think even Concord was in there, oddly enough. But Secret Level, yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, I did read there's a whole dedicated PlayStation segment, by the way. There's a whole episode dedicated to PlayStation. I wonder if Sifu would show up in that segment, because it was a timed exclusive. Dude, Sifu was so awesome. I hope we get a sequel to that. But yeah, other than that, Sony didn't have literally anything at Gamescom. So it should be obvious that they're definitely doing something, man. Listen, at the bare minimum, I can tell you this. Sony's going to reveal the Pro next month. At the absolute bare minimum, I don't know if there's going to be a state of play. I don't know if there's going to be a PlayStation showcase, but I can tell you there will be a PS5 Pro reveal next month. And I want to clarify, I'm not saying that's what I was told. That's a scoop. That's an inside source. No, I'm just saying, like, unless something crazy fucking happened behind the scenes, like Sony was just like, actually, never mind, we're going to delay it to like later next year or some shit, which didn't. We would have heard about that. It's going to get revealed next month. And whatever Sony is saving, that's where it will show up, because it makes no sense for it to show up anywhere else. Or TGS. I mean, Sony is going to be at TGS. Some people are thinking that's where Sony would reveal the Pro. I don't know, maybe. Yeah. I mean, that's a possibility, man. But the Pro's coming. It's coming. Exactly. Irfan, you're saying semiconductor companies are getting ready for mass production. Yeah. One of those semiconductor companies even said recently that they expect to see a boost due to the new PlayStation 5, I think they said the new PS5 model, and they were not talking about the Slim. So it's coming. It's coming. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. But even now, we're starting to pinpoint when that's going to be. It's obvious Sony's going to make a move in September. We just got to hear from Jeff Grubb, bro. Jeff, help us out, man. Help us out. Jerry A says, that Uno reverse card. Jerry A knows, bro. He knows. Fishy coming in with another super chat. Thank you, buddy, saying, I'm starting to think Microsoft will release Halo, Gears, and Forza in their own separate trilogy-type bundles for PS5, just like what Konami is doing with the MGS collection. I will say that would be, I think, the smartest way for Microsoft to handle it. However, there is another really interesting situation going on here where people keep talking about Gears of War E-Day. Look, I'm not here to say, like, oh, yeah, that's going to be day one PS5. But what I am here to say is pay attention to the fact that it's a prequel. Pay attention to the fact that Gears of War E-Day would actually be the most perfect game to get a new audience involved in the Gears of War universe. I could actually see a situation playing out where Gears of War E-Day is going to be a day one PS5 game. And then after that, Microsoft's going to have some kind of Gears of War trilogy collection, because it's like, you played the prequel. If you like that, you're going to like this trilogy we got here. Or maybe Microsoft could do it the Sony way, right? Well, I don't know if it's totally the Sony way, but They could even, if Microsoft wants to extract the most money, which I think they do, and the most amount of sales, they could do Gears of War E-Day, day one PS5, and then the next Gears of War title is a complete from the ground up remake of Gears of War 1, and then just continue Gears of War 2, Gears of War 3, just literally remaking, from the ground up, like just completely overhauled. I think that would probably make them the most money. Because I was thinking, like, where do you go after Gears of War E-Day? By that point, we're looking at being well into the next generation, and a complete from the ground up remake for something like Gears of War 1 doesn't sound crazy at that point. So we did hear a rumor that apparently Halo 1 is getting that type of treatment, by the way. There was this rumor earlier this year that Halo 1 is getting a complete from the ground up full remake, and it's being prepped for PS5 as well. So if that's true, it sounds like Microsoft is already on this shit, dude. Microsoft wants to convert PlayStation fans into Xbox game fans. And Sea of Thieves proved that, yeah, if you bring that game over here, you can do that. People will definitely buy your game if it's a high quality game. For sure. Ragu Bagu, a member for 11 months, says Xbox showing a date for Indiana Jones in front of the world tells you all you need to know about their new initiative. Exactly. I'm glad, Ragu Bagu, that I'm not the only one that picked up on that, and I'm sure some of you here now also picked up on that. You're absolutely correct. Like, people are not paying close enough attention to the fact that this was not, even Doom the Dark Ages was not announced for PS5, like on stage or as they were doing the showcase. It was like after the announcement happened on their social channels, like you saw PlayStation tweeted out and shit, but you didn't see Microsoft come out and be like, also coming to PS5. Now they're doing that. Now, granted, listen, it's Indiana Jones. I will say this. It could have been Disney twisting their arm a bit, where they're like, listen, we want you to announce this. Like, we need people to know, and we're going to tell you to do that. It could be a situation like that. But I don't know, man. We're going to go over a new quote from Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer did respond to this. And if you listen to what he's saying, dude, we're getting to that point, man, where it's like, they're not going to hide from it anymore. Fred Vance, you're saying, MBG, not to sidetrack you, but Crimson Desert had a video of the Reed Devil boss fight. I've been seeing a bunch of Crimson Desert stuff come out. I even saw like there was some kind of demo that leaked out or something. I'll be honest, man, I'm starting to lose track. There's too many games, too many different announcements. I'm all over the place. Right now, I'm just like, look, I gotta beat the monkey game. By the way, guys, before I continue on here, do me a favor, hit that like button. We have over 480 people here hanging out right now. Thank you guys for tuning in. Do me a favor, if you're enjoying the content, if you enjoy the streams, or if you just appreciate the energy, hit the like button. It helps more than you know. We have Dark Demon Media, member for 17 months, saying people are forgetting that Indiana might not be day one anymore because Game Pass standard starts next month, which doesn't include day one releases. And that is a nice segue for anybody who just super chatted. I'm about to read. You know what? I'll read the super chats first, but I'm going to put a pin in this, Dark Demon Media, okay? Because we have to talk about that. And Fishy, once again, thank you for all the super chats, buddy, saying, do you think the Pro will have a disc drive and also a DualSense Edge controller? I'm going to say immediately no to the DualSense Edge. Sony could do a bundle if they wanted, but it's highly unlikely because they don't usually do stuff like that. They could do like an extra premium $700, $750 bundle where you get the PS5 Pro and the DualSense Edge controller, but it seems more likely that Sony's just going to continue to sell the Edge separately. The PS5 Pro having a disc drive, I'm going to tell you, Probably not. However, doesn't mean you can't get a disk drive. I think what's going to happen is the base model of the Pro is going to be digital, but you're going to be able to get one with a disk drive. Like, it's going to have the same attachment that the PS5 Slim model has right now, where you can just detach it. I mean, if you're asking me, will there be two separate SKUs like we see right now with the PS5 Slim? Two separate SKUs where it's like, you know, you can buy one. Like, if you go on Amazon right now, you got a PS5 Slim disc model and a PS5 Slim digital model. Yeah, I think that's how Sony will do it. But I think more people, well, I don't say more people are going to gravitate towards the digital, but Sony might be more inclined to gravitate towards the digital because it will be the cheaper one. You know what I'm saying? Like, the PS5 Pro is $600, no disc drive included. That's what makes it $600. If you want the disc drive model, though, that's going to be, well, I don't know, man. I don't know, because if you think about it, the PS5, no, it's a $50 difference. So it could be $650 for the disc model. It could be $650 for the disc model. But it would be really strange if they didn't do, I think it would be strange if they didn't do a separate SKU. I just think that people need to prepare themselves that when Sony announces the price for it, they might show you a digital box, because the console's already going to be expensive. And Sony definitely doesn't want to come out and be like, PS5 Pro. Well, I don't know. They'll see, they could show you a disc model. I mean, they could do this technically. Here's the PS5 Pro. Here's the image of the disc model. And then it'll say starting at $599.99. It's like the disc model one is not $600, but this console starts at $600 for the digital. I'm curious to see how Sony handles this, because they definitely don't want to go, they don't want to lead with a price point beyond $600. That would really mess them up. We have Alan L. Ghoul here with a super chat. Thank you for that, buddy, saying MBG, if Game Pass, if they had 100 million players, it's still not enough to keep games only exclusive, because the games cost more than 100 million players on Game Pass. Xbox need at least 500 million players. I think you're taking that from Sean Layden. If I'm not mistaken, it was Sean Layden who said that they're going to need 500 million subscribers. Considering how big Microsoft is publishing-wise now, considering they have all these internal studios at Xbox Game Studios, now they have all Bethesda, now they have all of Activision Blizzard, yeah, the only way Game Pass could ever justify exclusivity of any kind is it, you know, for the Xbox brand as a whole, they'd have to have hundreds of millions of subs. For sure. Yeah, I agree with that. Fishy, you're saying you regret buying digital only? We got Josh here with a couple of super chats, and he says, Indiana Jones PS5 announcement the same day Wukong drops as a PS5 console exclusive, and look at how big it blew up. Absolute insanity. I don't care. PS5 players are eating this year, not even trying a console war, but man, first game of the year, Baldur's Gate, and now this. No way to sugarcoat it. These are big L's we are looking at right here. Josh, you're just spitting facts here, bro. Absolutely. I mean, I can't even imagine, like, look, it's like you're saying, it's not about console warring, but it's like, you can't deny that everything you just listed, those are like two big L's in a row. Like, honestly, if you are a person who went into this generation and you chose the Xbox console, you got fucked. Not by PlayStation, not by Sony, not by PlayStation fans, not by PC, not by Nintendo, by Microsoft. You got fucked by Microsoft. And, you know, I see people, they have this kind of attitude. I saw on Twitter, you know, somebody was like, I don't get it. Microsoft's just basically making it clear that they want other platforms to fund their Game Pass growth, or potentially their Game Pass growth. And I responded to this person. He wasn't being rude, and I didn't give him a rude response. I was just responding. I'm like, I think where the frustration and the anger comes from is the Xbox brand started as a home console. The home console, the Xbox console itself, was at the center of this brand's existence, and it was the priority. And anybody who invested in that console experience over the last like 20 plus years is basically now being told by Microsoft, sorry, the best we can do for you is not completely cancel the creation of the next console. That's the best we can do for you. And that's not Sony's fault. That's not Nintendo's fault. That's not PC gamers' fault. That's Microsoft's fault. That's years of incompetence, years of floundering, years of failed leadership, years of just not being able to get it together, not being able to compete at a high enough level. And this is why if you go back to like 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, remember how hard I was on Xbox then? It's because I fucking knew, like, dude, this is the beginning of the end. If they don't get their shit together, it's over for this fucking console. And it doesn't have to be. That's the thing. It didn't have to be this way. And I get it. Some people are gonna be like, well, is this such a bad thing? It's like, well, listen, it depends on who you ask. If you don't give a shit about the console market, the console model, or the competition within the console marketplace, then no, it doesn't matter to you. Frankly, this conversation isn't even relevant to you. But there are millions of people, like I said, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people throughout all different console generations that have invested in this model. You know? And we got Nintendo and Sony out here proving this model still works. There are still fans that support this model. There are still gamers that support this model. And there are companies out here that are still making money off of this model. But you have Microsoft, and this is what bothers me about Microsoft and a portion of their fan base. They come out here and they try to convince people, like, nah, that shit's dying. Nah, nobody wants that. Nah, that's not the future. It's like, dude, you're wrong. Sorry, Microsoft, you're wrong. It's working for 2 of the 3 console manufacturers. You're the only one that's struggling. You're the only one that can't make it work. And you know why that is? It's because you never learned a basic fundamental. You never figured out a basic fundamental principle that would be needed to make this work in the first place. Don't forget, Microsoft is the same company that bought Halo. They bought Halo. I'm not saying Sony hasn't bought shit to get to where they are. Nintendo, of course, everybody does it. But I just want you to know their biggest game that they ever made or that they're known for, they had nothing to do with. They bought it. Apple was the one that was going to have it, and they snagged it from them. It's no coincidence that they also ended up ruining it in the long run. This is why I try to say I'm tired of being fed the bullshit from Phil Spencer. I get it. It's his job. He's getting paid the big bucks. He's on the board of Microsoft. I get it. But I'm tired of being fed this bullshit where all Microsoft can seemingly do now is try to play the role of the good guy. Oh, it's about the health of the brand. We want everybody to play. We want these games to succeed. Yeah, we want to bring, and I get it. You got to go with the most positive marketing you can, but let's make no mistake. If you succeeded in your endeavor of selling 200 million Xbox One units, as comical as that sounds, may I remind people that was Microsoft's goal. 200 million units. That's what they were striving for. Let me ask you, if they got anywhere near that, do you think they would ever have created Gamepass? Do you think that they would have tried to give you the best deal in gaming? Do you think that we'd be sitting here watching the price of Game Pass rise because now Call of Duty is going into Game Pass? Do you think they ever would have pursued Activision Blizzard? Do you think games would have went day one to PC? Do you think any of these things would have happened if they had succeeded in selling even 100 million Xbox One units? The answer is no. Phil knows that. Satya Nadella knows that. Every single person inside of Microsoft knows that. Sony knows that. Nintendo knows that. The only people that don't know that are the dumbass fanboys on the internet that just constantly, for some reason, feel like they got to jump in front of every bullet coming Microsoft's way. Every bullet coming Phil Spencer's way. They got to catch the direct shots as well as the strays. Why? I don't know. Just to turn around and be told, yeah, fuck you. We don't really care if you buy the console or not. Sorry. You're talking about the same people that stuck around for the tail end of the Xbox One generation saying, it's not so bad here. Meanwhile, Microsoft is realizing this is so fucking bad here, we may have to kill it. Imagine that. And the worst part, like I said, is that Microsoft is aware. Like, you think while Microsoft is sitting there, they're sitting there thinking, we might have to take this shit out back and put it down. We might have to. As they're contemplating that, they realize there's still a group of people standing there. Like, why haven't they left? How are they still here? Well, we got to do something. Let's get them to evangelize us. Let's empower them. Let's empower these fans that haven't left. And we can weaponize them. And that's exactly what they're doing, man. That's, if you want to know why Microsoft won't just come out and fucking say it flat out, it's because they need to continue to appeal to those few people that are still left. Meanwhile, you got people like IGN's Ryan McCaffrey. He basically, I don't want to say he ended his career, but like, I mean, you know, you're talking about a guy who works for IGN. That's the Xbox dude. He says, you know, he's like taking shots at the fact, oh, you're never going to play Indiana Jones on PlayStation. The Great Circle, not this one. Shows a picture of the PlayStation Circle. And you know what? Microsoft can't save them all, dude. There's still going to be these loyalist Xbots. I'm not talking about regular Xbox fans at this point, people fans of Xbox games, but these loyalist lunatics that it's just like, dude, give it up. Like, at this point, Microsoft is practically begging you to give it up to. And it all just comes back down to the same thing. The same thing. And it's the simple fact that Microsoft couldn't cut it with their games. Their games couldn't cut it. Their teams couldn't cut it. Their management couldn't cut it. And I know it sounds like I'm just ripping into them right now, but you know what? It's like I see people losing their shit on Sony. I have spent the last couple of months contemplating what the fuck went wrong inside of Sony and their leadership and their management with Jim Ryan, Connie Booth, Concord, Firewalk being bought, the whole 9 yards, The Last of Us being canceled, what's going on with Naughty Dog. We've talked about it. We've covered it. But this is the most appropriate time to once again remind people that the reason why the Xbox console is going to die is not because consoles are dying and people don't like consoles and people don't care about consoles, as certain people on the internet would try to get you to believe. It's because Microsoft killed their own console due to their own incompetence. This is basically the equivalent of when the Dreamcast was clearly dying, of saying, you know what? I think people just don't want consoles anymore. And you know what the crazy shit is? I think some people were saying that back then. Some people really did start to believe, you know what? Maybe this is it. People just don't want consoles anymore. Nintendo, Sony, you better think about the future real quick. How wrong they could have been, right? How wrong they were. They were wrong. They were wrong because it turns out that people are just going to gravitate towards console because it's a pretty decent option. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the idea of walking into a store or shopping online and seeing a box that's just dedicated to playing games, $400, $500, you just plug it into your TV and you're good to go. Turns out that's pretty fucking appealing to a relatively large demographic of people. 3 generations later, and here we still are. So make no mistake, Xbox fans, those who cared, because trust me, I was one. I was one of you. And I still think back very fondly about the Xbox 360 days. I genuinely do. If you want to know why the Xbox console is going away, slowly but surely, slowly dying, slowly withering, and is likely not going to stand a fucking chance in hell next generation, certainly not. It's not because of you. It's not because of me. It's not because of Sony. Just want it to be known. It's because of Microsoft and their failed leadership. Okay? By the way, Just going to throw this one out there too before I move on. Phil Spencer was the one who was appointed in 2014 to right the ship. Phil Spencer was the one who, I get it, maybe too much was put on his plate. It's like Don Matrick basically just killed this thing for us. Phil, give it your best shot, bro. And I get it. Phil Spencer never stood a chance in fixing Xbox. He never did. And you know what? I fucking bet you that Phil, more than anybody, is probably the most annoyed here, because Phil clearly wanted to save the Xbox brand. He clearly wanted to save the Xbox console. But he knew, just like anybody would know in that situation, some irreversible damage was just done. The only way we can do this is we're going to need a lot of money. We're going to need to start signing exclusivity deals. We're going to need to make new teams. And Microsoft eventually caved. And they said, you know what? We will give you the money, Phil. Is that what you need? You need the money? We will give you the money. But you got to give us the power. Now we're taking charge. And that's why this clip here exists today. Hold on.
Can we say if either of those titles are Starfield or Indiana Jones?
They are not Starfield or Indiana Jones.
The game's coming to PlayStation 5 in spring of 2025.
Can we say if either of those titles are Starfield or Indiana Jones?
They are not Starfield or Indiana Jones.
The game's coming to PlayStation 5 in spring of 2025.
You see, you can spot the people who still can't give it up, man. The people who still can't give it up are the ones sitting here today being like, he didn't lie. Phil didn't lie. He was just talking about those 4 games. He did say that maybe more will come, blah, blah. They are missing the point entirely. This is not about throwing Phil under the bus. This is not about pointing at Phil and saying you're a liar. Phil already proved many years ago that he's a liar, just like every other fucking executive who's being paid to just kind of go with the flow and, hey, if shit changes, you're either going along for the ride or you're out of a job. That's how it works. Phil is no different, just like Herman Holst isn't any different, just like Jim Ryan wasn't any different. It's just the curl the burl, man. It's the way it's always been. It's the way it's always going to be. But what people are failing to see here, and what makes this clip should be the last thing any Xbot needs to hear. Take off the cape. Take off the mask. Put the pom-poms down, man. It's over. It's fucking over. You can be a Microsoft gaming fan. You can be a fan of Xbox Game Studios games. But the reason you're here, you went out, you bought that Xbox console, you celebrated those exclusives, you celebrated the first-party games, you celebrated the acquisitions thinking, oh my God, this is it, bro. This is going to really bump up that Xbox ecosystem experience. No, it's not. You can still celebrate Game Pass. That's just fine. But it's time to accept. It's time to just accept that for the Xbox console experience, the reason Xbox was created in the first place, the thing that justified its creation as well as its existence, is over and it's done. The Xbox of 2024 is a complete shell of what the Xbox of 2010 was. Certainly a shell of what the Xbox of 2002, 2003 was. It's not the same. And if you need to track down where it all changed, I'm going to refer you to Don Matrick. And today, it should be just abundantly clear to everybody that it doesn't matter what Phil Spencer says anymore. It hasn't mattered what Phil Spencer says for like the last 2 years. I mean, for some people, it hasn't mattered this entire generation, but especially the last 2 years, Phil is just a talking head at this point. Phil is just taking directives from the board of Microsoft, from the CEO, from the CFO. His power has been limited because now the big boys are running the ship. Now the parent company is actually parenting. That's why. Some would say maybe it should have been that way the whole time. Maybe if it was that way from the start, things would be different. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. But it's neither here nor there. We'll never know. The only thing I do know is Microsoft had a myriad of opportunities. The biggest opportunity Microsoft ever had was when Sony shot themselves in the foot with the PS3, and they seized it with the Xbox 360. Microsoft proved for a short period of time there, holy shit, we can do this. And then they shoved their head so far up their ass, by the time it came out, it was fucking 2016 and the PS4 was, you know, having meteoric sales and the biggest E3 that they've ever seen in their history. So, anyway, remember the leaked emails, MBG. They wanted to kill off PlayStation. Digital Dude, god damn it, bro. Digital Dude, I'm gonna ban your ass from super chatting, bro. There you go. Yeah, Irfan puts it nicely. MBG, Don Matrick killed MBG. Don Matrick killed MBG. Oh, shit. Don Matrick killed MBG, bro. Let me try that again. Irfan says, see if I can get this right this time. Irfan didn't say that. I'm letting you down, Irfan. I'm sorry, bro. He's like, no, that's not what I said. Irfan says, Don Matrick killed Xbox. Phil Spencer dug the grave. Yes. And that's the thing. Phil Spencer still gets to be part of the Xbox brand. He still gets to, you know, look, if I was Phil, I wouldn't be upset. I'm just being honest, bro. If I was Phil Spencer, I wouldn't be upset. You know why? Because it's like, dude, the only thing he has to basically deal with is, man, I really let the console players down. Not me alone, but I couldn't save that console, bro. I tried and I just couldn't do it. But the reality is like, hey man, it's not all bad. You're still the head of gaming at Microsoft, and you know what? Now you get to be the face of all these publishers and all these brands and Gamepass, and you know, it's cool, dude. It's cool. And it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, it's easy for Microsoft to just walk away from it because at the end of the day, Microsoft's making the money. They're going to make the money. And at the end of the day, that's what all these businesses want. But when we acknowledge what's going on with the fan bases, Digital Dude 25 says, did you ever have a favorite teacher? My English teacher was cool. I'm not reading the last part. Digital Dude, be careful the next time you spend on a super chat, because I'm not reading that inappropriate nonsense. Not in the heat of this rant. I swear, you guys, man. Being absolute degenerates out here. Be better, Digital Dude. I had to teach Rich Rod. I'm going to have to teach Digital Dude now. Josh Z, a member for 52 months. Thank you for that long time support, buddy. Saying Nintendo laughed Microsoft out of their offices for this exact reason. They are not game designers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I had to go on this heated rant again, man. It's not like, at the end of the day, it's not that serious. It's all water under the bridge, but I just hope I hope people now realize. I hope people now realize that, like, this is why so many of us saw this coming from miles away. MBG, how are you finding Black Myth? It's very good so far from what I played. I'm enjoying it. I will say, like, in terms of the challenge of Black Myth, taking me a little bit, like, it's not that it's a hard, like, I can tell it's not difficult. Like, it's not raw difficulty. It's just I have to figure out, you know, the flow of the game. Fishy, you're heading out, man. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, dude. I appreciate you stopping by. It's Beast MDE, or I guess Beast Mode, says, nah, this is actually bad for gaming, man. Gaming is at its peak when there's competition. Well, all right, so here's my view. My view on this is there will still be competition between Sony and Microsoft. But that competition will be very soft, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Because fundamentally speaking, they're both going to be pursuing something similar. In fact, they're both going to be pursuing the exact same thing. And that is, we need to make very good games so lots of people buy these games. And Digital Dude says, what's wrong? Was it something I said, LOL? Oh, Digital Dude. Oh, Digital Dude. What it boils down to is they will be in, I mean, I refer to it as a soft competition, but the reality is it's going to be indirect competition, truthfully. When the Xbox console dies, if it hasn't already, the direct competition is gone, regardless of what anybody believes. It just is. And the reason for this, if you look into it on a deeper level, well, let's do that, right? Why is the competition going to be gone? The direct competition. What was even driving the competition in the first place? The most important thing some people I think don't understand, or they completely miss, is the reason why Xbox was created. And you can actually research this yourself. And this is, this is on the record. Microsoft did not like the monopoly that Sony had in the home console space, in the living room, as they put it. Microsoft didn't like the monopoly that Sony had in the living room in gaming with the PlayStation console. And so Microsoft said, we're going to step up to the plate. And it wasn't just about the competition. It's not like Microsoft went in saying, we want to compete and whoop your ass, Sony. I mean, maybe. Yeah, like there's that, like, yeah, let's take them on. But really, it's like, holy shit, that's a big market. Nobody else is carving out a chunk of this pie. Sony's getting all the pie. We need to carve out a chunk for ourselves. And so that's exactly what Microsoft attempted to do with the original Xbox. That is literally why the original Xbox was created. A lot of people thought that the original Xbox was actually a better console than the PS2. It had better features. Games looked and ran better on it. And Microsoft went fucking crazy signing exclusivity deals for the original Xbox. It didn't really do much for them, truthfully, when it was all said and done. I think the original Xbox sold like 25, 30 million units or something like that, or 35 million. Compared to the PS2 is still the best-selling console of all time at like 160 million units. So, it didn't work out for them. But that's where things got interesting. Sony fucked up themselves. Like, Sony came out and they were like, well, we're number one and we have no competition. Microsoft's a joke. PS3, we're going to be the most arrogant, tone-deaf company ever for the next couple of years. And that's when Microsoft striked. That's when they struck, right? That's when they, of course they had the red ring of death, but it just goes to show the fact that the Xbox 360 is looked at as the best Xbox generation. And that was the same generation of the red ring of death, but that still doesn't deter people from looking at it as the best Xbox generation. Just goes to show the type of potential, keyword potential, Microsoft had in this market. And they actually did achieve very quickly with the 360 what they sought out to do. And that was, you know, hey, we want to not only carve out, like we want to start by carving out a chunk for ourselves, but then eventually we want to start taking over massive chunks of the pie and hopefully have the lion's share of it. That was the goal. The goal ultimately is to be number one in the market. And they did that for a little while, but then they made the same exact mistake, just even worse, that Sony did, where they thought they were big shit and they thought they could do whatever they wanted, and they totally fucked up. It's just that this time they didn't, to where Sony recovered, Microsoft did not. And this is important to highlight when we talk about this, because when the console goes away, or if it doesn't go away, when the console's no longer like, you know what, we don't give a shit if you buy a console. Just please buy our game. Buy our game on the competition's console. We don't care. When that happens, what Microsoft is relinquishing is they're basically saying to you, we don't care if you get invested in our ecosystem and buy games from our storefront or partake in our ecosystem services. That's the most important thing to highlight. That's the message Microsoft is communicating to not just PlayStation fans, but to everybody. And when that message is communicated, we don't care. We just want a 70% rip from a game sale from you. That's what we want. We really don't care if you invest or not. We really don't care if you buy from our storefront or not. That is where the competition ends. Because every single thing that Microsoft was doing prior to that was to fight against Sony to convince you and me and everybody else out there, no, we don't want you buying from Sony's storefront. We don't want you buying their console, because if you buy their console, you get locked into their ecosystem. If you're locked into their ecosystem, you start buying from their storefront, you start subscribing to their services. And I tried to tell people it's all about what happens after the console purchase. The console purchase is just simply getting somebody in the door, but it's not even getting them in the door. It's getting them in the door through an expensive purchase. It's automatically an investment. There's already a sunk cost there right off the bat. So if you can convince somebody to buy your console, chances are, oh, this is a customer that's probably going to buy a bunch of games. They're probably going to subscribe to some services. They'll probably subscribe to Xbox Live. Maybe they'll buy some controllers. Maybe they'll buy some accessories. The sky's the limit, right? And that's the whole thing. This is why I try to tell people like that everything I just listed is still working for Sony. It's working better than ever for Sony. People try to think, or they try to make it sound like, man, the console's dying. Sony doesn't know what they're doing. Dude, there's 61 million PS5s out there. The PS5 is making way, way, way more money off of its customer base than the PS4 ever did. And that's not just through live service games, mind you. That's through premium game purchases. That's through their services. That's through buying accessories. The PlayStation Portal is like the number one best selling accessory of the fucking year. This is why I try to tell people, like, it is depressing to see that Microsoft fucking gave up on this. And I think people are confusing themselves, or they're lying to themselves. They're trying to convince themselves, well, if Microsoft gave up on it, then eventually Sony is too. Microsoft must be able to see the future. You know, they're a smart company. They're way bigger than Sony is. They're a multi-trillion-dollar company. They see the future. They see where things are headed. And it's like, guys, I hate to break it to you. That's not why they're doing this. Like, I mean, sure, they can tell you that. They can insinuate that, oh, yeah, we think this is where things are headed. Sure. And who knows? Maybe it will eventually. But the one thing Microsoft won't admit, and they won't tell you, and Phil Spencer won't tell you this. Nobody at Microsoft will tell an Xbox player this or a PlayStation player. They won't tell anybody this. That is that it's working for them. It's working for them. Like, they're finding the success that we tried to find, and they're still finding that success. You fucking think Microsoft wouldn't love to have 61 million Xbox console sales right now? Let me ask you, if the roles were reversed and Xbox had 61 million console sales through the Series X and the Series S, and the PlayStation 5 was struggling to even get to 30 million, do you really think they would have the exact same attitude towards console? No. Microsoft would look around and say, holy shit, we have a real chance of becoming number one here. Fuck. They're giving up, man. That's the point. They did give up. And it's weird because the Activision Blizzard situation, I was convinced that Microsoft, their end goal with buying Activision Blizzard was to try to nuke Sony, right? Like, to just really fucking take them out. Finally, after all this time, just take them out. And it wasn't that. No, like, it turns out that their goal was like, this is our way out of this business model that we no longer want to be tethered to, and it's our way out of competition. And that sucks, dude, because like, I didn't see that coming. I see Mrs. MBG is paying it forward once again, dropping a membership gift for you guys. Sammy the Bull gifted a membership thanks to Mrs. MBG. Thank you, Mrs. MBG. Owning Activision is just about the money. Digital Dude 25 says, you don't like pizza, MBG. What about Small World? I heard you got a Resident Evil 7 style basement, even going all out with the mold. Damn, bro. At this rate, I'm just going to end up redoing my basement, and then I'm just going to bring you guys down and be like, see? I got a beautiful basement. Don't you ever make fun of my basement. Or maybe I could just go in the opposite direction and dress it up, look real shitty. Man, would that be worth it, though? Just for the bit? Make it look real shitty, get like fake mold and put it everywhere and be like, guys, how bad does this look? See, it's not as bad. But I don't know, man. I guess that's where the passion kind of comes from here with everything I'm saying. The truth is, good games can and will always exist with or without the console market or the console competition. But there's one last point I want to try to make here. One last thing I want to say to maybe help kind of back up where I'm coming from. I do believe that every video game developer, that every video game studio, I do believe that they all try their best. Okay? I don't believe that the only reason good games are created is because, well, they got to have their publishers, like, fucking constantly putting them on blast and constantly, putting the fire under their ass. No, I think that all video game developers try to put their best foot forward and try to make the best possible video game they can. But I want to say this too. I do think that there's an added layer to this equation when you factor in a platform holder that is also a publisher. Okay? I think it's been proven throughout time, and I think it will continue to be proven by both Sony and Nintendo. And at one point, Microsoft was even part of this. That added layer comes in the form of the pressure through competition, right? Where, okay, listen, we need to form a team, or we need to have a team that is in our control, and we need them to make a specific type of game. And the purpose this game will serve is, obviously we want to sell this game and we want to make money, but it goes beyond that. We're not just asking people for a $70 purchase or a $60 purchase. We need this game to potentially convince people to spend a couple of $100s on a whole console to access it. And there's only one way you do that. And I promise you, it's not by making a mediocre game. It's not by making a pretty good game. It's not by making an okay game. You do that by making a phenomenal game, a must-have game. And so when we talk about system seller games, there is something, that's the added layer. That is the added layer where these development teams that are underneath PlayStation or Nintendo, or at one point that were underneath Microsoft, there was always this extra pressure where it's like, guys, listen, we do need you to make a good game because we need it to sell, but we really also need you to make this game like better than what's currently out there. We're going to need you to do that. And that's why when we talk about the advantage of a development team making a game for a single console, that alleviates a little bit of the pressure. Like, okay, well, we don't have to worry about optimizing for PC or a bunch of other consoles. We just worry about this one. But then what offsets that alleviation of pressure and I guess evens it out is, but we need this game to be fucking phenomenal because this game has to be good enough to sell units. When Sony comes out and reveals their new console that's going to cost $400 or $500, the game that they show alongside of it is probably going to be this one, and it needs to be convincing enough. And so again, it all stems back down to, okay, well, why would Sony feel so, like, why would the pressure be that high? Why, oh, it's funny you ask. The pressure would be that high because Sony knows that's exactly what Microsoft's doing. Microsoft is prepping their own console, and they're prepping their own marketing, and they're going all in, and they're going to try to convince people. They're going to try to sway the market. They're going to try to sway people to go buy their console and buy their games. And if that happens, there's a good chance we lost that customer forever, or it's going to be we have to wait till next gen to see if we can win them back over. So there is this intense need. Again, it transcends just pure game sales. It's about true deep levels of investment. And no matter which way you cut it, the people who are trying to make that happen are smart enough to realize there's only one way you convince people to invest on that level. There's only one way you convince gamers to invest on that level. Now, if we end up getting this kind of like utopia that people imagine one day where there's just a single unified platform, again, will there be competition? Yes, there still will be for sure. And that competition will come in the form of just games and games alone. But I don't know. There's a part of me that is not fully convinced. There's a part of me that's not entirely convinced that I don't necessarily know. It could work. I think it would work, to be honest. Yeah, I guess that unified, yeah, I guess it would like technically be PC where all the different storefronts exist. It could work, but I also believe that something would fade away though. I do. Like, I do feel that ultimately we would see a bit of de-emphasis, if you will. You know, I think there would be a bit of de-emphasis on like, oh, well, do we, you know, like, do we really need to push all of our studios to like, do they all have to be like S tier, or is it just good enough if they're A tier? Is it good enough if they're B plus tier? I don't know. I could be wrong, but I start to feel that way. You know, I do. And maybe I'm wrong, but it'll just be interesting to see, because like I'm convinced the Xbox console's finished. You know, I do. I think it's finished. I think if there isn't, there's apparently there is going to be a next generation Xbox, but I don't think it matters. It just makes me wonder. You have Microsoft they're done with the console. They've moved on. They're all about Game Pass. You have Nintendo. They still make a console, but it's another hybrid console, and it's not trying to push the limits. And you know, there's no more power factor, you know, in terms of the competition anymore. It's just, yeah, games are not going to run the same on the Nintendo Switch 2, and some games might just not be playable on the Nintendo Switch 2. And then you're just going to have PlayStation. And I don't know what that, I don't know. Like, does that de-incentivize Sony? Your nightmare scenario is like if all restaurants became Jack in the Box. They offer a bit of everything, but it's all mediocre. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that's exactly what happened, though, because surely in that pile of mediocrity, something would rise up, and then there would be other studios like, well, we got to try to do that too. I still think that competition would, because you know, the truth is we still do. Look, I'm not trying to make it sound like we don't get amazing third-party games. Like, dude, there are multi-platform games that are some of the best of the best. No doubt about it. But I guess it's just like, if you think about it, right? If you think about a regular, you know, third-party publisher that does make some of the biggest and best games sometimes, I think it's like, I think the biggest difference is if you look at PlayStation Studios, right now, the pressure for them is like, listen, PS5 console sales are starting to slow down a bit, and fans have been waiting like years to see what you've been cooking. I can tell you for a fact, PlayStation fans are not sitting here being like, if I just get one or maybe two really, really top tier games revealed from Sony Studios, I'll be happy. They're not. I mean, some people might be fine with that, but generally speaking, the notion, the expectation, I should say, is when we see Sucker Punch come out, that game is like, we have this expectation, like that game is going to blow people away. It's like, it's going to make a huge wave. When Santa Monica comes out and reveals their new game, oh, it's going to make a fucking, it's going to be a tsunami announcement, right? When Naughty Dog eventually reveals their next game, same thing. When Guerrilla reveals their next game, same thing. I don't know that we can say that for studios like Housemarque or Bluepoint. You know, I think they're working their way up, but the idea is eventually they're going to build their way up to where they're going to end up creating games on that same level. And this is where it's just like, yeah, you're saying, Jack, you're saying company publishers like EA and Ubisoft, they don't chase S-tier games. They're more happy to release A and B tier games on all platforms. And that's the thing too, like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, like, I'm convinced those S-tier games, like, sure, we do have the Rockstars and the CD Projekt Reds, and they will always exist. But I think it's like Sony can't operate the way Rockstar does. They can't. And do you know why? Because they need to sell consoles. Sony can't sit here and tell you, you'll get a new game every like 6 years, or maybe it'll take longer than 6 years, and it's just going to be one game. They can't do that, you know? I mean, well, to be fair, Rockstar's and the publisher, we're talking about Take-Two. But if we're talking about like games that are like of the highest quality, Sony needs to try to achieve that on a regular basis. And I firmly believe that the PS4 generation is what did this to them. Some people think it's bad, but I don't think it's so bad because Mark Cerny said himself, this is what developers want to do, right? I think Sony kind of realized with the PS4 generation that, holy shit, like, we really figured this out. Like, we really figured out, like, how to court a certain market, a certain demographic. And what it really comes down to is we got to make the fucking highest quality games. We can't necessarily, we can't necessarily make our own GTA. Maybe that's a bit too daunting. But we can make games like The Last of Us Part 2. We can make games like Ghost of Tsushima. We can make games like Uncharted. We can make games like God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. We can make games like Horizon. And those games, there's this pressure where it's like, these are the games that are supposed to sell your fucking console. These are the games that are supposed to like stop people from going somewhere else. These are the games that are supposed to get somebody potentially interested to get in the door and to then become a loyal customer that buys a bunch of games on your storefront, maybe even digitally. Like I said, buys accessories, maybe subscribes to PS Plus. These are supposed to be the games that do that. Third-party games will do it, like Call of Duty, of course. Fortnite, of course. But I don't know, man. I'm just not... I don't know. It's 50-50 because, like, on one hand, I am kind of looking forward to seeing more Xbox games announced for PlayStation. But on the other hand, it's like, it's fucking over, dude. Like, that competition between Sony and Microsoft will never exist again. Yeah, I don't know. Damn, Gaming Survivor, you're saying Phil Spencer's health deteriorated? I don't know, man. Maybe the shit's been stressing him out, you know? Probably does. Money, you're saying Xbox shouldn't be mad about games coming on PlayStation. We're funding Game Pass while they pay $1, but games skipping your platform are skipping your platform, and that is bad. Yeah, I mean, I do still think in the end, Microsoft's goal is to get Game Pass onto PlayStation. Devil Shoe saying, MBG, truthfully, Sony can operate like Valve and release nothing and still make money. With Xbox out, that could happen. Yeah, and here's something else too, apparently. Apparently PlayStation is significantly bigger than Valve, which I actually didn't realize. I've never paid like too close attention to Valve, or Steam, I should say. But apparently like PlayStation is like way bigger than it. And just terms of like the amount of money, the amount, like, you know, the revenue flow, which I hope people don't misinterpret what I'm saying, like, oh yeah, you know, PlayStation's bigger than Steam, LOL, suck at Steam. No. I'm saying that I think this is another reason why Sony, like, this is another thing that might continue to push Sony, even if Xbox is not part of the console race anymore, or the console market in any significant way. Because the thing about Valve and Steam is they just seem, yeah, their operating cost is much lower. Well, that's the thing. Steam and Valve, or I should just say Valve, they seem to be totally content where they are. You know? Like, they got a good thing going and they make money, but they're not like a revenue driver, or, you know, a revenue leader necessarily. And so if like we look at these charts, it's like, oh, well, they're not there in like the top 2 or 3 or whatever. And this is where, I don't know, on one hand, I worry a little bit about Sony in this case, but on the other hand, again, this could be the thing that pushes them, where the fact that PlayStation wants to continue to be a revenue leader could be the thing that pushes them to continue, even though, hey, we don't have Xbox to compete with anymore, but we still want to be a revenue leader. And how did we get to where we are now? Revenue-wise, like, yeah, the operating cost is probably through the fucking roof. We saw that. They're trying to get their profits under control. But it's, you know, the whole idea of being, like, why would you want to be a revenue leader? It's, you know, big risk, big reward, essentially. The more revenue you bring in, the larger the net, right? The higher the chances you're gonna reap more. You're gonna have a better profit, a bigger profit. That's where Sony has struggled recently, and that's why they've put so much emphasis on, we gotta improve our profit margins, because we're making more fucking money than ever, but we're making less profit. So it's like, all right, we don't want to lose that money. We don't want to lose that money. We don't want to like see the revenue shrink, because if the revenue shrinks, there's a really good chance our profit's going to start shrinking even worse. Oh my God. And so they're going to try to maintain that revenue and keep that revenue coming in, but they just want to be able to cast a wider net and be able to bring in more of that for themselves. And I do think that this is why they are, if you look at the way Sony's operating now, it seems like they're trying to just like be a little bit more conservative, where it's like, yeah, we kind of went crazy. We went a bit crazy with the live service stuff, and maybe we went too hard, too fast. But now we're going to start to kind of calm down on that a little bit. We're still doing some live service stuff, but really, well, it's hard to evaluate this because we haven't gotten the showcase, but it does sound to me like Sony's basic strategy is like 65 to 70% of what we're going to do is what we've been doing. The big tentpole games, the single player games, the shit that's been working and making us the most money. The rest, you know, the other 30% is going to be divided up between art. We'll do some live service and we'll do some experimental stuff. And we'll hope that that shit starts to work too and maybe take off. I feel like that was not Sony's plan a couple years ago when Jim Ryan was like, we got fucking 12 live service games lined up for the next 2 years and shit. You know, it's like, it didn't seem like that was, it was just wasn't the same. And I think that this is exactly why. It's because Sony wants to continue to be a revenue leader. Microsoft wants to be a revenue leader as well for the same reason. They want to get the highest profits, the highest profit margins. It's just that Microsoft has determined the best way for them to do that is strictly through publishing. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong. Microsoft is not going to be able to find that level of profitability that they're looking for or that revenue drive that they're looking for just through their console like Sony is. They just can't. Although Sony can count PC now, and I guess Switch technically. But it's just important to look at all this different stuff and try to see it holistically, because we're gaining one thing, but we're losing another. You know, it feels like we're gaining more games for the PlayStation platform, but the cost comes in the form of the competition has just dropped significantly. And so to me, that creates a certain level of concern, not to say that Sony's going to get complacent and not give a shit. Again, Sony wants to be a revenue leader. Sony wants to be a profit leader as well. They can't just fucking not give a shit. If they do, they'll shrink. And if they're okay shrinking, that's fine. They can do that. But it's like we're saying, like, Sony doesn't want to be Valve. Sony wants to be fucking huge. And they are huge. And they want to keep getting bigger. The bigger you get, the higher the chance you make more money. It's all about that, you know, we get in the conversation of greed and perpetual growth, nonstop growth. I mean, you could dive into that, but that's another conversation. But that's essentially at the heart of it. And so, yeah, man, it's Microsoft has just decided that they're going to do that too, but just without the console. There's a viral tweet out right now that Phil had a bad time at Opening Night Live with the Indie PS5 reveal. This confirms that Phil is not the decision maker anymore. Can you tell me what this tweet is, or like who put it out here? I want to put this out. I've waited too long to do this. I should have done this when we had peak viewership, but this is what Phil Spencer had to say. He did respond, by the way. I shouldn't have waited this long. My bad. That's what happens when I just keep talking. I'm like nearly 2 hours in. It's like, all right, guys, now we're going to get into the fucking whole thing. This is what Phil Spencer had to say. Check Lex. All right, hold on. I'm going to play the clip, but I just have to look something up real quick. You said it was a viral tweet from, was it from yesterday? Oh shit. Yeah, I saw this too. So this person, they posted the GIF. You guys know the GIF of Homelander sitting in the movie theater. He's just sitting in the movie theater and he's like, you know, he's just got that look on his face like he just looks like he's going to snap. This person says, I'm sat about 3 seats away from Phil Spencer and glanced over during the reveal of Indiana Jones coming to PS5, and he legitimately looked like this. And then put the GIF of Homelander sitting there. And then he says, I'm never getting an Xbox review code again, am I? Question mark. I believe that. That's interesting. I didn't realize that this person was actually there and able to look at Phil Spencer's face as the reveal was happening. It is a little funny, I'm not going to lie, but that's why I'm trying to say, dude, like, Phil knows. He knows. He does. I promise you, dude. Like, I had this other picture I was planning on putting in my thumbnail, but I'm like, you know what? I almost kind of feel bad, and I'm not trying to be a dickhead, where I had this other picture of Phil Spencer where, hold on. You know what? Maybe I'll just bring it up. I don't think it's mean, because I'm actually trying to, like, help him out here. Let me see if I can find it. Shit. Wait, did I save it as a thumbnail? Oh, fuck, I didn't. All right. My bad. I don't have it saved. But basically, it was this picture that was captured during... it was captured during the February business meeting. And when I tell you, this man looked so fucking miserable. Hi, MBG. When is the Dual Sensibility episode 3 going to be posted? What's up, man? Yeah, that should be posted this Saturday. I'm striving to release it every Saturday. If it has to be delayed for a day or two for whatever reason, you know, just be on the lookout. But I'm shooting for Saturday. I want to see if I can show you guys this picture. Hold on. But yeah, he looked so miserable, dude. He was so unhappy. And it's just, it's proof that, like, this guy, like, he doesn't want to be doing this. Like, he doesn't want to be out here announcing his game. Like, you know, I don't say his games, but, you know, Xbox games going to PlayStation. I'm trying to get this image for you. Hold on. I think it's worth showing. Let me see if I can save it here. I'll see if I can bring it up. Look. That's Sarah Bond. Hold on. Look. Look at this. This was February 15th, 2024, when the first 4 games were announced. Look at that, dude. Does that look like a man who wants to come out and tell the fan base that he's been trying to rally, you know, and get people excited and enthusiastic? Like, sorry, guys. Like, I'm not even making fun of him, dude. It's just like, you could tell, like, this is not how he fucking wanted it to go down, dude. And he knows, like, it's just, it's the decisions that the higher ups at Microsoft are making. It's very clear that the higher ups at Microsoft don't give a single flying fuck about, like, the hardcore Xbox fan base that they built up over the last, like, 20 something years, that still have this expectation of, like, come on, guys, like, at the very least, you can't fucking put your games on PlayStation. But yeah, that's I was thinking about putting that as the thumbnail, but I'm like, Jeez, man. I mean, yeah, that is like a look of defeat. And but I mean, hey man, he's getting paid pretty well, so I guess there's that. But all right. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting. Let me play the clip. Here it is. This is Phil Spencer responding to he needs a cigarette. Yeah. This is Phil Spencer responding to sorry, I'm like blanking. This is Phil Spencer responding to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle being announced for PS5.
We saw some amazing new stuff from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as well as that exciting release date. We also saw the news about PlayStation as well, which is really cool. I'm really interested in that. So I want to know how this connects back to Xbox's perspective on how and when this approach happens to other titles.
I mean, I'll start just saying Machine Games is doing such a nice job with that game. I thought it showed really well. And that's the most important thing is quality of the games, teams that are getting support that can go build the game. And it was just nice. The long gameplay segment that they had, I thought was fantastic. Going to the PlayStation announcement, obviously last spring, we launched 4 games, 2 of them on the Switch, 4 of them on PlayStation, and we said we're going to learn. We said we'd watch. I think at Showcase, I might have said from our learning, we're going to do more. What I see when I look is our franchises are getting stronger. Our Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been.
Amazing.
So I look at it and I say, okay, our player numbers are going up for the console platform. Our franchises are as strong as they've ever been. And we run a business. Like, it's definitely true inside of Microsoft. The bar is high for us in terms of the delivery that we have to give back to the company, because we get a level of support from the company that's just amazing in what we're able to go do. So I look at this, how can we make our games as strong as possible? Our platform continues to grow, both on console, on PC, and on cloud. And I think it's just going to be a strategy that works for us. And the last thing I'll probably say is I think as an industry right now, there's a lot of pressure on the industry. It's been growing for a long time, and now people are looking for ways to grow. And I think that us as fans, as players of games, we just have to anticipate there's going to be more change in how some of the traditional ways that games were built and distributed. That's going to change. That's going to change for all of us. But the end result has to be better games that more people can play. If we're not focused on that, I think we're focused on the wrong things. So for us as Xbox, health of Xbox, health of our platform, and our growing games, most important things.
Oh, that sounds perfect.
Hold on. Devil Shooter, you're saying... Wait, hold on. Phil means PlayStation when he says console platform? Oh my god, wait, did he... No, he said Xbox consoles, right? Hold on, let me go back and...
Switch, 4 of them on PlayStation, and we said we're going to learn. We said we'd watch. I think at Showcase, I might have said from our learning, we're going to do more. What I see when I look is our franchises are getting stronger. Our Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been.
Amazing.
So that's... All right, listen. I have a hard time believing that. Maybe it's true. But he says our Xbox console players, it's higher than it's ever been. Like, how... Something doesn't add up there. He's leaving something out. Like, first off, that's literally not possible because you had a console with the 360 that sold way better. Way better. You thinking he's talking about engagement? Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's his job. He's got to, like, not make it sound like the console's dead. But if you look at, the Xbox sales numbers the past couple quarters, it's fucking bad. It's real bad. And I don't know, man. What do you... I just want to ask you guys, what do you think about what he's saying? Because to me, the message he seems to be communicating is... Though there's two messages, okay? Number one, he's saying, yeah, we're going to bring more games. Number two, he's also saying everybody else is going to be doing this too, though. And I think what's a little bit strange about what he's saying is, well, is it possible Phil knows something we don't? You know? I know he's not talking about console sales. He's talking about engagement and whatnot, people playing on the consoles that are out there. Anthony Perez says he tries to make it sound like this is just how the whole industry will change, but you'll never see a PlayStation game on Xbox. Same old, we're just ahead of the industry nonsense. Well, that's the thing, man, is like, I've thought about this, right? Like that's the big question. Do you would Sony bring any of their games to Xbox? Ever? I mean, it's impossible. Like, look, I think a lot of you guys will immediately answer with, hell no. Sony will not do that. And even for me, you guys know me. Those of you who are here and who listen to me, you know me. You know that there have been many times I've speculated, like, maybe they could, man. Like, maybe Sony could bring Helldivers to Xbox or an older PlayStation game at some point just to get more sales on or something. I've been open to that possibility. But what really killed it for me, and what makes me think that, Phil, you're right. Like, look, all right, I don't want to get ahead of myself. What killed it for me is when Sony announced in front of everybody, we're bringing Horizon Lego Adventures to Switch. And then Guerrilla Games was asked, why isn't coming to console? And they like literally didn't know what to say. Like I guess they weren't expecting to be asked that. And they were just like, we're just focused on PlayStation. Our answer probably doesn't make sense because we announced it for Switch, but we're just going to stick with that. And it was like pretty clear, like, because Sony won't let us. Because Sony is not going to fucking give Microsoft anything. Not even a fucking Lego game. And this is where, when we listen to what he says here, I want to play it again. Hold on.
Works for us. And the last thing I'll probably say is I think as an industry right now, there's a lot of pressure on the industry. It's been growing for a long time, and now people are looking for ways to grow. And I think that us as fans, as players of games, we just have to anticipate there's going to be more change in how some of the traditional ways that games were built and distributed. That's going to change. That's going to change for all of us. But the end result has to be better games that more people can play. If we're not focused on that, I think we're focused on the wrong things. So for us as Xbox, health of Xbox, health of our platform, and our growing games, most important things.
All right, so the thing that I think Phil, again, like, he can't say this. He can't say this. He would get in a lot of trouble. But the thing that he's leaving out is, yeah, everybody's looking for different ways to grow. That's true. You know, we're seeing the traditional ways start to change. That's true. But what he's specifically leaving out is, but nobody's bringing their games to us. Sony's not bringing any of their games to us. Nintendo obviously isn't. And it just, he keeps saying like the health of Xbox, and translation, the health of Xbox, like, yeah, we're kind of fucked. We've been fucked. And now we're even in an even bigger financial hole since we bought Activision Blizzard. Yeah, we got to do this. Regardless of whether or not PlayStation reciprocates, Nintendo reciprocates, we got to do this. So I want to make it clear that I want to make it very clear what Phil is saying here. Phil is telling everybody, including the most loyal Xbox fans, we're going to be bringing more games. It's like the change is here. The change is now. We're bringing more games. He didn't say every game. He didn't say he's not being specific, but he's being general. And you should take that generalization, and you should see it as just that. He's speaking generally about all of their games. I know he tries to word it in a way. I mean, look, could Sony put a game on Xbox? I'm not here to say they never ever will. Impossible. I'm just here to say that, well, they're not putting a fucking Lego game on Xbox. They're putting it on Switch, but not on Xbox. So, I mean, could Helldivers go to Xbox? Would Helldivers sell really well on Xbox because it's a shooty shoot game? And, you know, maybe Sony is like, oh, Xbox players like shooty shoot games. Maybe. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it maybe. But I also try to view from Sony's perspective of the console. Like, dude, Sony fucking probably hates Microsoft, dude. Because Sony, it's true. Like, Sony did have the monopoly, man. Sony had it. During the height of the PS2 era, Sony didn't have to worry about jack shit. And they could do whatever they wanted. I'm not saying that's the ideal way. I'm just saying from their perspective. And then here comes Microsoft. Hold on. Delivery. Got a treat delivery here. All right, guys, I'm just going to leave that right there for you. Temptations. Boss is tempted. Guys, we're sitting at 11 members. We're going to have to pick it up. I'm going to be real with you guys. We got to pick this shit up right now. We straight up got a treat delivery here. We got to hit that 25 if Boss is going to get those treats. We got to push here, people. We got to push. I don't even remember what the hell I was saying. I got so distracted. We got to feed the beast, people. Oh, look at him, bro. Hellbound 1981 comes in. Hellbound out of nowhere, off the top ropes, dropping a 5-bomb. Hellbound says, we got to do it, bro. We got to do it for Boss. I think Luna's in here, too, but I think she's, like, sleeping. And Gavin House follows it up with a membership gift. Boom. 6 more members gifted. You guys are answering the call. We are now at 17 members, guys. Sorry, no. My bad. We're actually at 18 members. I forgot to count one. Forgot Mrs. MBG dropped one. We're at 18 members now. 7 away. 7 does it. Don't worry about... Oh, wow. That's a Boss is scaring me. That's a very intimidating way for him to be sitting. Look at him, dude. I feel like he's getting better, though. I feel like Boss is getting more disciplined. Look at that. He's like, I will wait. I know how this goes. Look at that. Look at that discipline. Fred, you're saying, cannot wait to hear what the CFO will be saying in the next investor meeting at Microsoft. Oh, yeah, I got something else I want to say about that as well. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me. We're sitting at 260 likes. See if we can bump that up to 275. With comments like, we can spend Sony out of business. I wouldn't be surprised if Sony hates them. Oh, yeah, I was just saying, Sony probably hates them, dude, because, I mean, honestly, like, Sony had it in the bag, and it was going great, and then Microsoft came in and fucked it all up for them. And Digital Dude 25 coming in, dropping the 10 bomb. Digital Dude. He's atoning for his past sin. Digital Dude atones. He drops the 10 bomb and brings us up to 28 members. He did it. You ready?
Boasty, read me. It's time to feed the beast.
Good shit, dude. Not only did you crush the goal, but now we're sitting at 28. Guys, I just want to throw this reminder out there because we still have new people receiving membership gifts. If you received a membership gift, you now have access to the Dual Sensibility podcast. It is a PlayStation podcast. It's for members only right now. It's under the video tab section. Go check that out. And as long as you remain a member, you gain early ad-free. Well, right now you gain exclusive access. In the future, though, you will likely have early ad-free access. It's a different type of members content I'm trying to provide for you guys here. You probably noticed less frequent members lounges. And the members lounge will still be a thing. It's just there might be less of them because, to be honest, doing the podcast it's actually quite a bit of work. Like it was actually more than I expected. But oh, there's Luna too. But I think there's like real value. Not saying there isn't value in the members lounge. There is value in the members lounge. But I just think having that podcast is I don't know. Oh my God. They got a strong smell, but it's time to feed the beast. Come here, boss. Oh shit. All right. Got like an avalanche there. And we got Luna coming up here. Put Luna up top there. They're both snacking now. You did it. The temptation arrived. The temptations, sorry. I'm proud of Boss though, man, I gotta say. I think Boss, like he's really surprised me in how much more disciplined he's become. Unless it's just like something he's doing today and just today. But appreciate the support, guys. Thank you so much for crushing the goal. By all means, if you want to keep that member train going, keep it going. No, I'm not discontinuing the members lounge. Definitely not. It's just a matter of like, I got to be careful not to... I want to make sure that I conserve enough energy to be able to properly record these podcast episodes. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to gauge how valuable my members perceive the podcast. Like, I enjoy doing it. I will say, like, it is by far and away, like, it requires the most effort and work compared to any other members content. And the reception has been very positive. So it's like I want to keep that going. I want to really make it a thing. But I got to be careful not to burn out too quick. That's all. So the members lounge will still continue. They just probably will be a little bit less frequent, a little bit further spread out. But I also do think that it could benefit the members lounge because I don't know. I've had times where I've done like 4 members lounges in a row, and like, my God, by like the 3rd or 4th one, I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. It's just like, all right, bro, maybe come back next week. What is the meaning? Yeah, I mean, it gets a bit too existential at times, certainly. So thank you guys for all your support. Amazing community we have here. Seriously, couldn't do what I do without your support. It means everything. Existential astral plane discussions with MBG in the members lounge. Absolutely. I will say that's the funniest thing about the members lounge. It's produced these kind of like inside jokes. If you know, you know. So no more Buckethead. Oh my God, I forgot about that. No. It will still be there. Trust me. We'll still be doing it. Don't worry. It's tough, man. I got to say, like, my whole thing these days is I'm trying to keep the energy levels high. You know? I'm trying to make sure I bring the appropriate energy to everything I do on my channel. You're saying I definitely should try to find a sponsor for the podcast. I will say in the future, if the podcast becomes more of a thing, if it does grow, that is one area where I probably would be open to sponsorships, because I think that's where it makes the most sense. Sponsored by Xbox. Yep, that's what the Dual Sensibility podcast, sponsored by Xbox. Yo, in all seriousness, guys, I was thinking about this. Like, dude, Microsoft, they reached out to me, bro. You know, they did. We talked about this with Grounded and everything, but I don't know. Like, I'm really curious to see. Surely Microsoft's not going to reach out to me for games like Indiana Jones, right? Surely not. That'd be kind of crazy. I would be fucking shocked, dude. I'd be like, what? I'd fucking take that. Yeah, I'll be honest, man. Like, Microsoft contacts me like, yo, you want to review the PS5 version of Indiana Jones? I'd be like, sure. Why not? To be fair, though, Indiana, I don't know, man. My hype, I'm like 50-50 on Indiana Jones, to be honest. Like, Indiana, it's really interesting to see that it is coming to PlayStation. But you know what it really made me think more than anything? It made me realize, oh shit, Blade is 100% coming to PlayStation now. Blade is 100% coming to PlayStation, and I'm pretty stoked for Blade. That was one of the highlight announcements from Microsoft last year, I think. So that's definitely coming to PlayStation now, and I'm stoked for it. Digital Dude with the super chat says, Astrobot looking real good. Saw some leaks, and man, it looks fantastic. I did see that. Astrobot was leaking out a little bit. I avoided looking at any of the leaks, but oh yeah. So my whole thing now is I want to make sure I'm finished up. This is where the stress comes in, man. When I talk about all these fucking games launching at the same time, my stress now is I want to make sure I finish up Black Myth Wukong before Astro comes out. And I would like to attempt to platinum Black Myth Wukong, but you know, the clock's ticking, man. September 6th is right around the corner at this point. So you think games like State of Decay 3 will probably end up on PlayStation? That would be awesome, dude. See, that's where it's like, as a PlayStation player, it's like, yeah, man, it sucks to see maybe the console competition between Xbox and Sony go. But at the same time, it's like, shit, that's a really propelling prospect. Why can't I can't words right now. That sounds very appealing to me, because that's like a game that I absolutely want from Microsoft. And it's like, if it's like, yeah, here you go, I'll be like, oh shit, okay. Compelling. There we go. Yes. I said propelling. Jesus. Yeah. Propelling prospect. PlayStation. I don't even think that's a pronunciation debuff, dude. That's like a that's just like a communication debuff. Linguistic debuff. I can't believe I can't believe I said compelling and not, or I said propelling and not compelling. Ugh. This is what happens, man. It's the autism kicking in, yeah. Am I autistic? Probably. I'm something. I got something. I know that. It's known by many different names. All right. But yeah, man, Astrobot's looking amazing. I just really sincerely hope I'm not, trying to still platinum. I mean, I could play both at the same time. That's fine. But I just prefer to play one single player game at a time. I don't like playing multiple single player games at a time. It kind of overwhelms me, especially if I'm trying to trophy hunt in a single player game. It starts to really overwhelm me, because I'm like, oh, I need to prioritize that trophy hunting. Think Sony should talk more about Astro? Well, listen, before I deviate from the main topic of discussion, there was this article I really needed to read to you guys, and I regret not reading it sooner. Because again, like I think the peak viewership, we reached peak viewership a little bit earlier. I should have done it then. But there's this article from PlayStation Lifestyle, and the title reads, and I had to like do a triple take on this title. I'm like, wait, what? The title reads, PS5 players likely getting Indiana Jones before some Game Pass users. In a strange turn of events, Microsoft's Indiana Jones and the Great Circle will apparently launch on the PS5 before it hits Game Pass Standard. Game Pass Standard is a new tier that replaces Game Pass for console, which included day one releases. Now those moving over to Game Pass Standard will lose the day one games unless they upgrade to the Ultimate tier. Yesterday, Microsoft offered some clarification on the new Game Pass offering and confirmed that those transferring to Game Pass Standard may have to wait, quote, up to 12 months or more, end quote, for new releases to be added to their libraries. Apparently, the time it will take for new games to hit Standard will, quote, vary by title, end quote. As revealed last night at Gamescom 2024, Indiana Jones is targeting a spring 2025 release window for PS5, which could be June at the absolute latest. This means that Game Pass Standard users could be waiting to play Indiana Jones as long as 6 months after its PS5 release. Regardless of your platform of choice, this will make for poor optics, and Microsoft should communicate its strategy for Xbox and Game Pass users more concisely. Holy shit. Are you like... Dude, if you are a regular Game Pass subscriber who did not want to upgrade to Ultimate, you're just... I mean, Microsoft's communication to the Xbox fan base these days is essentially... That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. I can't even believe that's a possibility. It doesn't even sound like it's a possibility. It sounds like that's exactly what's happening. I mean, look, I get it. If PlayStation players do get Indiana Jones before Game Pass Standard tier users get it, I get it. Like, we're still paying full price for the game, but we are talking about a first-party Microsoft game that it was never supposed to release on PlayStation in the first place. I'm sorry, Jay Shako. I'm just so immune to it. Wait, hold on. There's another soundbite I got for you guys. Oh, wait, shit. Did that echo, by the way? I'm sorry. I probably ruined it. You feel bad for players that are heavily invested in the Xbox ecosystem? Stephen Leon says Sony does not need Xbox. They need us. We buy games. They need to make money back from that ABK deal. Yeah, I mean, none of that... I mean, that all makes sense, but God, like, this article blows my mind because it's like... Irfan, you're saying, according to Jez Corden, Sea of Thieves has sold over 1 million copies on PlayStation. Oh, yeah, it's over, dude. If that's true, yeah, it's over. A game that came out in 2018, selling over 1 million copies at, like, what, full price, essentially? It's over, dude. Yeah, as soon as the data rolled in, they saw that. They're like, oh, shit, yeah, okay, let's get Indiana Jones on there ASAP. I just can't believe this situation with Game Pass. Like, I mean, look, I get it. Most people are probably going to just pay however much it costs to upgrade to Ultimate, but it's just considering like where we started and where we ended here. I always tried to tell people, like, make no mistake, Microsoft wants your money. they'll continue to try to give you the best value as long as they can kind of make it make sense for them financially. But the moment it doesn't make sense for them financially, they don't give a shit about your, the deal they're trying to give you. They give a shit about making money. And that should have been obvious from the start, MBG, I saw so many highlights of people saying the Xbox channel saying, see no PS5 before that one more thing. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, man. When I saw the way they... You know what? Yeah, I gotta say, that's fucked up, dude. The more I think about it. They didn't even announce it at the same time. They really let Xbox fans who were watching live be like, I knew it. Just like 15 seconds later, like, oh. And Steven Leon comes in with another 10 bomb. Steven's keeping the member train going.
Holy shit.
Steven Leon says it's for boss. He screams for boss. Boss, where'd you go, bro? Dude, I noticed Boss has been doing this thing where when he eats his treats now, he like dips out. He's like, peace, bro. He's been so irritable lately. I'm not even kidding. I think he's still struggling to get adjusted to Luna because he's just not been himself. Oh, he's like passed out on the floor there. Well, boss, Steven Leon just dropped a 10 bomb for you, bro. You're too fast for him. Thank you for that, though, Steven. Good shit, dude. You just brought us up to 38 members on the day. So we are making our way to a second goal here. Thank you guys so much. Let me update this so you can see where we're at. Yeah, one of the cool things I've noticed, too, is a lot of you guys stepping up, Just want to say I've noticed that. Saying if his behavior is very different and suggests going to vet. It's not like he's not acting like sick or anything. Like it's an attitude thing. Like he seems to just still be uncomfortable when Luna is in his vicinity. And he comes off to me like he's just still kind of annoyed. Wait, Steven, you're saying look again, bro? Hold on. You're saying look at boss? He's just looking at me like, bro, I'm trying to sleep. What is it? Boss, you still got a couple treats here, bro. Boss thinking you tried to replace me. No, he just seems annoyed. That's all it is. He just seems genuinely annoyed. Fred says it's a territorial dispute. Took me months to get my female husky used to another dog in the house. Wait, hold on, Steven. Wait, Steven, Steven, it looks like you're trying to communicate something to me. And I can't figure out what you're trying to communicate. Can someone please tell him it's cool if no? Is boss fixed? Yeah, he is. Wait, Steven, what do you I'm so confused. Cats tend to do that often. I mean, I think it's just going to take time, right? Maybe it could take like up to a year or something. Steven's trying to communicate across the astral plane, the astral realm, using vibrations and stuff. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see. I'm like trying to I feel like I missed something important. Yeah, man. Situation with Xbox is interesting to say the least. It seems like I see Sacred Symbols just released a clip about this. I'm about to play it. Hear what they have to say. Where'd Steven go, bro? I keep waiting to see him in the chat, and he's like not there. I'm like, yo, what happened? What happened? Help. Gaming Survivor, how did you know, bro? How did you know that's how we do it in the Astral Realm? That's how we summon each other. Yeah, hold on, guys. Steven's summoning me to the Astral Realm. I'll be right back. Xbox set up a deal to help Sony sell 200 million consoles by migrating Xbox games to PlayStation. I mean, yeah, you do have to question at what point does Microsoft start selling Xbox consoles if they haven't already? At what point, you know? Oh shit, Michael Wernick got caught in the trance again, dude. He stared at the logo on the hat for too long. Fred, you're saying, not gonna lie, the feeling to troll Xbox accounts on Twitter has been hard. It's just too easy. Yeah, I know. And you know, the closest I got to yesterday was I put that little clip together. I played it earlier where Phil was like, it's not, you know, he was asked, is it Indiana Jones or Starfield? And he says, no, it's not those games. And then it just flashes to Jeff Keighley saying, it's coming to PS5 not May, but spring 2025. And I see some people getting upset. You know, I was seeing some people responding to that tweet that I put out, getting upset, being like, he didn't technically lie. He was just talking about those 4 games. And that's where I'm just like, come on, guys. Like, what? You're missing the point. I didn't even say he lied. I didn't even say in the tweet that he lied. I just was simply showing you, like, guys, you can't fucking take... You got to be real careful if you choose to listen to what Phil Spencer and Microsoft have to say. And you got to be able to read between the lines. And if we go back to that time when Phil Spencer was doing that interview, you know, I was like practically screaming at the fucking camera, being like, guys, don't listen to what he's telling. Like, he's just saying, he's basically reading lines, you know, that Microsoft PR gave him. He doesn't have any control over this. He doesn't get to make the decisions. They're just trying to damage control. It's not to say you should freak out on them or be, I'm just saying, like, everything that people freaked out about at that time, where it's like, oh my God, they're going third party, like they're going multi-plat, like it's happening. Everything that people were freaking out about, it's like, yeah, listen, man, it is happening. It may not happen in a flash overnight, but that's where we're headed. And I got one other thing to say. Well, I should not word it that way because clearly I have more than one thing to say, but I just want to remind everybody listening. Yeah, Luna's in here. No, Leia's not in here. MBG, to be honest, they choose to believe whoever it is they follow, telling them what Phil meant on those 4 games. Yeah. I mean, look, and that's the thing. I get some people are like, no, MBG, you weren't right. Some people are not going to want to say you were right, MBG. It's like, dude, it's not about being right or wrong. You know, too many people look at it as like a pissing contest. And it's like, it's not what, I mean, for some people, that is all it is. But it's not about that for me. But there is one thing I do want to bring up here. You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. Guys, there might be dead air for a moment, but it's because I want to look for something. I want to see if I can find it. So just I'm going to see if I got some background music I can play for a moment here. I don't. Wait, do I? Hold on. I think I do have some random tracks. I got, dude, for some reason I have a file here, Christmas music. Why? Was that from when we did that Christmas Eve stream? Is that what that was? All right, hold on. I got a track here. I don't know how it sounds. Let me see. And it's a complete shit show right now. I'm talking while I'm muted. I got 2 fucking tracks playing at one time. You guys are probably like, what the hell is going on? Does it everything sound okay now? I'm sorry. I'm trying to find something, bro. I'm trying to find something and I can't find it. But I really want to find it. Was that stressful? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm stressing everybody out. I'm stressing myself out because I'm trying to... Of course I'm not going to find it. All right, I'll try one more thing. And if I can't find it, I'm just going to give up on it. All right, I'm just gonna turn that off. I feel like that's not helping. I feel like it's not helping anything. Irfan, you're saying, tell me, maybe I can find it. All right, look, I got one last ditch effort here, okay? I don't know why it's so hard to find this shit. This will be my last attempt. I wonder if it was deleted. It may have been deleted. Yeah. Fuck it. This is from a movie or game. No, actually, it was a clip of me from a long time ago. Well, it feels like a long time ago. It was a clip of me from November 2023 where this clip was put out. It was a stream. It was from a stream I did, I think, that day where I was talking about Microsoft going third party. The one thing I remember is the clip basically went somewhat viral. Not super viral, but it was like a 30-minute clip. And it got like 120,000 views or something. Get the pan flute out, yeah. But one of the things about this clip is it was basically circulated within Xbox groups. You know, the MBG, did I clip it? I don't think so, no. It was one of these people that is always clipping me and trying to, you know, take certain shit out of context or shit on me, which is, you know, fine. But I specifically remember this one just because of how many views it got. And it was definitely circulating in like Xbox, you know, like the hater Xbox groups or whatever the fuck you want to call them. And one of the things that I specifically got shit on for in this video, and it's so funny, and this is why I wanted to find it, and maybe I'll look for it. I don't know. I don't even know how much this shit matters, but I specifically said that I wouldn't be surprised at all if the next Doom comes to PlayStation 5. And I was explaining to people, I remember the reason why we were talking about this. It was because not Microsoft's, Xbox's CFO told investors that they're planning to go multi-platform. And I remember this was back in November of 2023. People were freaking out. You know, people like myself and others were like, guys, they just said they're going to go multi-platform. They just mentioned PlayStation and Nintendo. And everybody was in denial. I appreciate that, Double Shooter, yeah. Everybody was in denial. You know, everybody was in denial. They're like, no, no, no. And I remember I was talking about this, and I was saying, like, guys, it seems like very likely this is the direction Microsoft might be going in. And I specifically name-dropped Doom, saying that, like, that definitely seems like a game they're going to release on PS5. And I remember there was just so many people like, yeah, you're port begging for Doom and the Hopium, you're begging for Xbox's games and all shit. And it's like, it's just so funny to think that, dude, not only was I completely fucking right, and it's not even about that. It's not even about taking the fucking, I mean, a part of me wants to take that victory lap where it's like, fuck you. You know, all you people that were shitting on me, turns out I was fucking right. and y'all look stupid. But it has gone beyond that now. I remember last December, dude, a month later at the Game Awards, Steven's like, bro, I didn't realize I was 10 minutes behind. Oh, shit. Wait, Steven, did you drop that 10 bomb when we were talking about, oh my God, it all makes sense now. Holy shit, that screwed me up, bro. You dropped a 10 bomb and yelled for boss. It was like 5 minutes after I... Damn, bro. Yeah, we got to make sure we're on the same page here. All right. We're good now though. We're good now. But December 2023 at the Game Awards. It's all good, Steven. It's all good. Blade is announced. It's announced at the Game Awards, and everybody's like paying attention to the fact that how come they didn't say anything about exclusivity and they didn't list the platforms. They didn't list the platforms or anything. And, you know, you see the certain Xbox group on Twitter, they're celebrating it. And, you know, PlayStation players and everybody else, everybody's speculating like, yo, is this game going to be multi-plat? And the Xbox, we were like, no, it's not. You think they're saying that now? I'm just saying, man, it's just funny to me. It's just funny to me that, like, some of this shit we were just completely right about. Just dead on. Shit we got made fun of for and dragged for. Shadowlink, you're saying it's mainly about them being so adamant about it and being 100% wrong and doubling down before and after the fact. Lastly, being in denial after it was stated. Well, here are the facts, right? Here are the facts. Fact number 1. November 2023. Xbox's CFO reveals to an investor group that they're planning on going multi-platform and embracing PlayStation and Nintendo. Xbox fan base, toxic Xbox fanboys, in complete denial, making fun of anybody, dragging anybody who even dares to consider that to be a possibility. Fact number 2, February 2024. An avalanche of rumors and reports coming from pretty much every insider in the industry, all saying the same thing, all saying something similar. Microsoft is planning to go multi-platform. Every single game under the Xbox sun apparently is being considered. Microsoft is even considering backing off from the console space, and their Game Pass strategy is also in question. Xbox fanboys, I mean, they basically, you know, I don't even, that was a crazy time. Xbox fanboys lose their fucking minds, essentially. And, you know, Phil Spencer comes out, does the interview, basically confirms that, yeah, that's pretty much mostly true. But we're just starting with 4 games. And for some reason, again, the fanboys, they walk away from it and they say, oh, I guess it's just 4 games. Who cares? Everybody else, it's like, well, I guess this is real. I guess this is happening. What else do you think is coming? Is there going to be a 5th game? Or games like Gears, Forza, and Halo off limits? What about Indiana Jones? What about Starfield? And that same fucking group continues to just deny. But here we are today with another fact. A game that was, even just a couple months ago, people were saying is not going to come to PlayStation, was just announced on stage to be coming to PlayStation. So there's probably, yeah, well, it's not probably. There are more games coming. There are absolutely more games coming. So I think the main takeaway here is like, look, you can be a fan of Xbox and you can celebrate Xbox, but you can't be out here flexing anymore. There's nothing to flex about, dude. You know? The physique that you thought you had doesn't exist. You're sitting here thinking you got 22-inch pythons. You got twigs, bro. You got twigs for arms. And everybody else saw it the whole time and tried telling you. But you're looking in the mirror and you're seeing those 22-inch pythons. Yeah, it's synthol. Yeah. Even better, bro. You're coming out on stage with those 22-inch pythons looking all fucked up. Something don't look right. Something looks real fucked up. Everybody kind of looking and being like, yo, is that dude, is that synthol? Meanwhile, you're over there thinking you're looking like Arnold. 1973 Mr. Olympia. Yeah, I know, Irfan. I'm gonna play it in a second. Meanwhile, their arms are looking all fucking deformed and shit, out of proportion. Got like fucking synthol practically leaking out. Everybody tried telling them, but all right. I wanted to play this clip. Yeah, the roids faded. Now they're just left with Gyno. Shrunken testes, Gyno, and Flab. Where's Rich Rod, bro? Rich Rod's got to get in on this. All right. I do want to play this clip though. This audio clip. Sacred Symbols posted this. It's about 2 minutes long. They say here, with Xbox becoming one of PlayStation's biggest third-party publishers and with the situation unlikely to ever be reciprocated, it's logical to wonder where Sony itself may seek growth. The next frontier for PlayStation remains PC, where I'd argue they need to be even more bullish.
We can start having this conversation when Ghost of Tsushima 2 is PS5 and PC day and date.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be totally honest with you, and you guys know this already, is I'm way more bullish on this than a lot of you guys out there listening to the show are, where I'm like, that's totally fine with me. I think that maybe you should start spreading the field to such an extent. As I've already established, PC gaming is big and important, but it's not as big as you think. And so I just feel like there's both a lot to be gained there, but not as much to lose as some of you think either. I was going to call it Days Gone. Until Dawn came out in 2015. It's been a PlayStation exclusive for 9 years. It's coming to PS5 and PC. I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's a way to make a little bit more money, and so they can make the games that we want to see. When these games start coming to Xbox or something like that, which I still don't think would really happen, but maybe it would one day, then maybe you have a conversation about things kind of decaying or breaking down. But I just don't see it the same way. I see a PC as a growth platform that's not necessarily a Venn diagram competition with Sony and its PlayStation ecosystem. Lego Horizon obviously is experimental, and I also think has a lot to do with licensing money as well. Like, they're going to have to pay a certain... We saw in the Insomniac leak how much Insomniac was paying in licensing fees, like a significant amount, hundreds of millions of dollars on the Spider-Man games. You know, there might be like an imperative with something like a Lego game that's would otherwise be on everything to be just a little more flexible than strictly exclusive. It makes it a little less risky. So I just don't think we can read into these like this. I think we have to see when The Last of Us Part 3 or Spider-Man 3 or Wolverine or Death Stranding 2 or whatever, one of these games comes to PC the same day as PS5, then we will definitely start having the conversation you want to have now. But I just think it's a little early, and I'd like to have the conversation because I think it would be a good idea.
Yeah, it's interesting. For some reason I thought they were talking more about the Xbox situation, but yeah, I mean, anybody who's been listening to me for a little while as well knows that I've speculated that many times where I do think one day in the not too distant future, like sometime throughout this generation, I could see Sony willing to at least experiment at least one time just to see what happens, right? But yeah, I I don't know, man. We did mention this yesterday, and it's interesting because one thing Colin mentions here that is absolutely true is this is all about growth. Every decision that every platform holder is making is about growth. They want to keep growing. They want to find new areas to grow. But I do think that Sony's probably comfortable where they are because they are experiencing growth. You know, they are experiencing growth. I mean, when we see Ghost of Tsushima do so well with a game that's pretty much over 4 years old at this point, but it does that well on PC 4 years later, I don't think that sends the signal to Sony that you should now wait 4 years for every game. No. But it should send the signal to Sony that, listen, if you're thinking about if you're thinking about releasing Ghost of Tsushima as a PS5 exclusive, maybe in 2026 or something, you should see about maybe getting it on PC as soon as like early 2028 or sooner, maybe 1 year later, right? Truthfully, probably longer than a year. But once the sales on console, as soon as they start slowing down, drop it on PC. As soon as the sales on console slow down, drop it on PC. It's not going to be 4 years later. Maybe it'll be a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, half the time. It's going to sell even better. You know, I just think the basic principle here, the basic foundational principle that too many people lose sight of, I think, is this, and it will always be this. If the game is good and the interest is there, it will be purchased and it will be played. And if anything, this is exactly what Microsoft is proving, right? Where Sony, you're probably not going to get people over, right? Like, you're probably not going to convince that many PC players to forego waiting on their PC for your game and then to go buy a PlayStation console to play your game. But you might convince some. If you're Sony, if you're okay with that, you probably are okay with that, because think about it. It's like, well, all right, I mean, how many sales here? All right, let me back up. How many sales does Sony stand to lose on a game like Ghost of Tsushima 2 if it's not day and date with PC? How many full price $70 sales does Sony stand to lose by not dropping that game day and date on PC? Millions? That's interesting. You think millions? I'm curious. What makes you think millions of sales are being lost by foregoing a day one PC launch? I'm genuinely curious. Like, there has to be a type of logic behind that. It's possible. I mean, that's the question, right? Like, I'm sure that's the question Sony's asking themselves every day. Hype/FOMO sells games. Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting, but does it sell consoles? See, that's the whole thing. See, see the double-edged nature of that sword? Where it's like, if that's true, if it's the hype and the FOMO, well then shit, they should feel that way about our console. If the console's the only thing getting in your way, then just cough up the money and buy the console and play it, you know? You think a couple 100,000? This is why I would be so fat. Listen, wouldn't it be a hell of a thing if Sony just said, fuck it? Let's say it's the end of the generation. Listen, I'm telling you, Sony might do it at the end of the generation. If the most likely times for Sony to experiment, it's not at the very end, but closer to it, maybe like 2026 or 2027, just out of nowhere, just like maybe it will be Ghost of Tsushima 2, where they're just going to be like, yeah, we're dropping it day one on PC. How fucking funny would it be if like everybody's like, holy shit, it's happening, and it just like doesn't sell nearly as well on PC? Like it's like it sells like 1 million copies, which I'm not saying that's nothing. That 1 million is 1 million. But, you know, considering the numbers that Sony's looking to achieve, it'd be like, whoa, oh, wait, hold on. You know what I mean? Like, it's just clear it doesn't do nearly as much as they thought it would. How crazy would that be? Because, like, I think that there's this kind of, I think, mentality behind the PC side of things where it's like, I think everybody's under the impression that if Sony went day one with their single player games on PC, like the sales are going to fucking explode. And I mean, it could happen. It could happen. I just don't know that I would have to see it. You know what I mean? I'd have to see it to be totally convinced that, because if that were the case, then yeah, Sony probably should do that. But I'm not so sure. Look at the sales now, and that's what you can calculate. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of formula here where it's like if we sell 1 million units, no, if we sell like 500,000 units on a 4-year-old game, you know, maybe there's some kind of formula that can help calculate, here's roughly how many units we could expect to sell if it launched the day it came out on PC. Like 500 million units, or 500,000 units 4 years later is the equivalent to X amount of units day one. Yeah, it's like, what would that equation, how do you even come up with a formula like that? I don't know. I don't think you can. That's just one of those things where it's like, you would just have to do it to get the raw data. I think it will happen at some point, though. I don't know. I think Sony wants an answer to that question. I do. That's why I think it's going to happen. My question is, if they do that, how are they going to communicate it? People double dip. That's true, too. It did not with the ones that they release now. Would not be economically sound. Well, let's keep in mind. Let's keep in mind that Until Dawn is a day one PC release. That's a little bit different for Sony. Like, is there another remake that launched day one on PC this gen? Is anybody... Yeah, I know that, Nobinzer. I know. But I think it would be a little bit different for a Sony game. Holst added they are taking a different approach with their single-player narrative-driven games. The hopes with bringing those games later on is that it will get PC players to buy PlayStation. Yeah, that's why I think basically what I'm saying is I think Until Dawn is the first time we're seeing Sony take any of their single player games, remake or not, and dropping it day one on PC. Of course we know that it's a remake and it's been like 10 years, but still, we've had multiple remakes this gen, and none of them have launched day one on PC. Yeah, Lego Horizon too. That's true. And so this could be a bit of an experiment, you know? That like, hey, let's see what happens. However, it's hard because it's like, is there really demand for this game? Like, the sales we see for Until Dawn remake on PC are absolutely not going to tell you anything about what the day one PC sales for a game like Ghost of Tsushima could be. So I don't know. My recommendation is just don't assume to know. If there's one thing we should be able to take away from this whole Phil Spencer, Xbox, Indiana Jones, PS5 situation, I'm not saying Microsoft and Sony are the same. They're not. They operate very differently in many ways. But the one thing that is the same is they're both greedy corporations that want to maximize profitability. And that's probably the biggest thing they have in common. And so because of that, I just recommend to people to not assume to know. I remember prior to the last State of Play, by the way, I kept telling people for months prior to the last State of Play we got in May, I kept telling people when it comes to PlayStation, expect anything. Expect anything. And turns out I was right to have that mentality because, hey, man, look at that. Fucking game just announced for Switch. That's weird. That's different. I mean, yeah, it's not like they just said we're bringing Ghost of Tsushima to Switch. No, it's Lego Horizon. But still, it's a first. Bet you didn't see that one coming. I would definitely file that under the, man, expect anything, right? So with the expect anything mentality, I still do look at the data, and the data does tell me that, and I trust the data more than I trust executives, whether it be Herman Holst or Phil Spencer. I trust the numbers more than anything. I think the numbers, they can't lie. They don't lie. The data tells me that Sony's not going to jump in to doing day one PC releases with their single player games because they stand to lose too much momentum with their console sales. They may not, but it's too much of a risk. As long as a game like Death Stranding 2 has the potential to sell PlayStation 5 consoles, as well as maybe become a 5, 6, 7 million seller. I don't know that it could be a 10 million seller. I don't know. Maybe Death Stranding 2 would be a bit on the lower end, like 4 million or something, 3 or 4 million. But it's like, you could tell it's kind of got that prestige around it. It's Kojima. I think it will come to PC at some point, obviously. But I do think that that's not something that Sony's going to rush into. Although, you know what? Hey, man, I want to put this out here. Hey, look. We could find out as soon as next month with the next Death Stranding 2 trailer. Yeah, this game's dropping day one on PC. Expect anything. Bookmark what I'm saying right now. Somebody. Devil Shooter, save this clip. All right? I'm just saying. A month from now, before the end of the year, even, we could find out Death Stranding 2 day one PC launch alongside PS5. I'm not discounting it. I think that there's more reason to believe it wouldn't happen. But this, one thing Phil Spencer did say that is true, although he said it in a very PR way, is that, yeah, more, we're going to see more of this type of stuff as these companies want to keep growing. Death Stranding 2 isn't first party though. Yeah, but it's such a weird situation with Death Stranding 2 because it's like, yeah, Sony doesn't own Kojima Productions, but geez, man, they own the IP, they own the engine. They're probably helping Kojima a little bit development wise. So, I mean, XDev is probably helping with it. So it's like, yeah. It feels very first party. I'm not gonna lie. It does. Have one last article here, kind of going back to the Xbox situation from Push Square. The title reads, Xbox renegotiated Indiana Jones deal to exclude PS5, then ported it anyway. If you want an insight into the shifting strategy of Xbox, then look no further than this. A little over 1 year ago, in June of 2023, Bethesda boss Pete Hines told the FTC in court that his company had renegotiated its Indiana Jones deal with Disney to exclude the PS5. The Great Circle, originally planned to be multi-platform, was scheduled to release on Xbox and PC only following an amended deal. It was announced for PS5 as one more thing during Gamescom opening night live last night. This really underlines the rapidly changing thinking within Microsoft, as in less than 1 year, it has completely revised its approach. The trillion-dollar tech titan had previously spoken of a case-by-case basis with regards to exclusivity, but when Starfield skipped Sony's system, it was expected all Bethesda's games would follow the same path. That entire tactic appears to have been tossed out the window. During its widely publicized business update podcast earlier this year, Xbox boss Phil Spencer was asked outright if Starfield and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle would come to PS5. He said no, but the clue was in the context. He was only asked specifically about the first 4 titles coming to Xbox or coming to Sony's system. Misleading, yes, but technically not a lie. Damn. What other games do I think are coming? Forza Horizon 5, I think, is coming. Flight Simulator. And I don't know. Having trouble thinking of another one that would make sense. MBG, I found you saying that if you just believe just 4 games, you're an idiot, and saying others are coming. Link and timestamp. Yes, please, Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter's on the case, bro. That's crazy, though. I think this is a really interesting article by Push Square where they highlighted the fact that it was revealed last year. And I think a lot of people forgot this. I forgot it too. It was revealed by Pete Hines. Well, first, let me get this off the screen. And let me fix my camera. But, well, I don't know about you guys, but my biggest takeaway from this is I know I can expect very strong support for cross-save and cross-progression for Xbox. I'm very glad that Microsoft took time to reassure me of this. This was honestly the biggest question I had. It really was burning a hole in my stomach. I had to know. It's not out of sync, but this is in all seriousness. All right, so let's start with 4 games. Now, I made it clear, and I am maintaining this stance because I'm just gonna give it to you straight. If you just bought that marketing PR spin bullshit, you're a fucking idiot. You hear me? Like, if you now are going to go on the internet and say, LOL, just 4 games, hold that L, you're a fucking idiot. And you are once again getting on your hands and knees and letting Phil fucking, you know what? I'm not going to go any further than that because I wasn't going to take it there. And people are going to misinterpret what I'm about to say. About? You are allowing yourself to be played like the fiddle you are. If you just walked away from that shit thinking, hey, none of it was true. Guys, it is disturbing. It is disturbing how I really thought. See, this is where you can tell I'm like struggling to fucking like get my thoughts together, but holy shit. Clip it and ship it, baby. Clip it and ship it. I was highly disturbed. Very, very clearly, I was highly disturbed, dude. My God, I don't even remember saying that. That's the craziest thing. Well, you know, I was heated that day though, man, because like that's the thing. I fucking knew in that moment. I'm like, surely nobody is gonna believe this, but I knew I knew after it wrapped up that, oh yeah, people are going to eat this up. And the next thing we're going to see for who knows how many months is just 4 games, just 4 games. Well, here's your fucking 5th game. So shove it up your ass. If you aren't one of those people, though, don't do that. Enjoy gaming. Have fun. All right, yeah. Thank you for that, Devil Shooter, though. I honestly, that's the thing, man. I do so many streams and I talk so much. I talk too much, obviously, but I talk so much I don't even remember half the shit I say. So I appreciate it. That's the type of shit I should be putting on my Twitter, man. But I don't know. I was pretty aggressive that day. I'm not trying to, I don't know. Sometimes I naturally come off very aggressive like that. And I think it's just driven by like a lot of the hate and the bullshit I have to read and be subjected to. But at the end of the day, like I'm not actually I don't want to be that way because it's really not that serious. But, you know, hopefully people realize now. Like I need to know, like, what's the next thing people are going to say? Because that's the thing. You know there's going to be another, what's the line? I know they're still holding the line. Where is it? Where is it now? And what's the next tagline that goes along with it? Where are we moving the goalposts now? But guys, listen. Let me see where we're at. So we're almost at the 3.5 hour mark. Here's what we're gonna do. Oh, there we go. There it is, Fred. Thank you. Hold on, Devil Shooter, you're telling me a little bit further. You specifically mentioned Indiana Jones. All right, we'll listen to a little bit more of this because actually I'm curious to hear what I had to say about Indiana Jones at this time. I will say we'll be keeping the stream going for a little bit longer, so this will basically serve as the last call for any other fan funding. If you want to drop any more membership gifts, we're sitting at 38. Appreciate you guys getting us to 38. If you want to go further than that, if you want to hit a second goal and hit that 50, by all means, I encourage you to do so. But I'm just putting that out there now so everybody's aware. And let me see. Hold on. I have the problem of giving Microsoft the benefit of the doubt. I thought they're just going to give it to us straight, right? Like the rumor mill and the leaks like basically destroyed the fan base. So if there was ever a time to just rip the fucking Band-Aid off and just say what you need to say. Instead, we got 22 minutes of the most fucking marketing PR spinning I've ever seen in my life. It is actually difficult to sit through that. These 3 people that just talked were told to say they were told by their marketing team, you say these words and these words exactly. Phil wants people. See, I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. I fucking called it. That's why I did my stream on Tuesday. Because I knew what's going to happen. They're going to try to turn this thing over. And it's like, let's just get down to it. 4 Xbox titles that were never meant to come to PlayStation 5 or Nintendo Switch are coming to PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. Phil sits there. He says this to you, and he says, but don't think that we're bringing more. What about Starfield? What about Indiana Jones? No, we're not. Not yet. Don't think that this is just, like, what the fuck? How dumb? And I'm serious when I say this. How fucking dumb do you have to be to have a company come out and tell you, we're just taking these ones. No, just these 4 over here. Okay? Don't worry about it. Don't think anything of it. Okay? Shh. Don't think anything of it. Just listen to my words. I'm telling you. It's me, Phil. I'm telling you. Don't think that this is going to happen again. We're just taking these 4. Okay? And we're going to move them over. All right? So I'm going to be fine. You'd have to be a fucking idiot. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, you'd have to be the dumbest of dumb to actually think that. Microsoft just laid down the fucking law, bro. Like, they just sat there and they talked to their fan base about growth. We want to grow, guys. Don't you understand? The industry is unhealthy right now. We're going to make it healthy. Are you kidding me? Like, who's going to buy this shit? You just bought Activision Blizzard and laid off nearly 2,000 people, and you're going to sit here and talk to us about you're going to grow the industry? Go fuck yourselves. What's Twitter saying? Who gives a fuck what Twitter's probably? Dude, oh my God. What the fuck was I? Dude, I'm like watching. I'm like, is that me? Holy shit. Holy shit. What's doing? Oh my God, bro. I'm a little bit surprised myself. I'm not going to lie, dude. Would I fight that version of myself? I don't think so, man. You know what's funny? Like, this was I think I had a tooth infection at that time. I think I was in like a ton of fucking pain. And I think I was just like letting it out, man. I'm like, fuck. Man, well, yeah, obviously, Jakey Steve coming in with the super sticker here. Asking if I need a cup of coffee. I don't think so, man. Smurf for the win says MBG is more often than not measured in his responses, but when he isn't, it's pure gold. Yeah, I do remember the reason why I was so pissed off that day. That was a 7-hour stream. Oh my God. What was going on with me that day, bro? You know what? Thinking back on it, I know why I was that pissed off. I do remember. It's because that was right after an entire week and a half of like probably the most toxic Twitter cycle and internet cycle regarding Microsoft and Xbox and PlayStation that I have ever witnessed. And I think what was pissing me off the most at that time was like that I knew I was like, Xbox just, it's over. Like the Xbox was just, I don't use this word. It's a fucking dumb word, but it's applicable. Xbox was just exposed, man, for like what they really are and like Microsoft as a company. And I was happy, and I felt not happy to see, yeah, I like to see them be shitty. No, but just hopefully now like people's eyes are fucking open. The mask is off. This is who they really are, dude. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about the fan base, you know, and all you idiots who are cheering on the ABK deal, I hope you're happy now because this is what you're getting, you know? And I just thought that I don't know. I was expecting everybody to just completely turn on Xbox, but I wasn't expecting people to just walk away from that business update and be like, everything's good, dude. Yeah, no, keep the hopium up. Keep the copium up. You're just like, what? Like, did you not listen to what they just said? Like, you actually believe what they're saying right now? So, I don't know. My bullshit radar was like off the fucking charts that day. And I wasn't kidding. You know, playing that back and listening to what I said, when I said like it was difficult to sit through that shit, it was because it was some ridiculous PR nonsense. And that's why I'm glad to see that people, I knew it was going to happen eventually, and it's going to happen more and more as the months and the years go on, where a couple years from now, we're probably going to look back at that February business update, and people, I think, might realize, like for some people, it's going to take this long. You know, years down the line, Halo, Gears, Forza, and every Xbox game is going to be on PlayStation. And people are going to look back at that February 15th, 2024 business meeting podcast or whatever, and they're going to realize, like, holy shit, yeah, that all was just PR. That was basically all nonsense. They didn't rip the Band-Aid off. They refused to do it. So, yeah, crazy times, man. Eric from 850, member for 10 months, says that clip was the MB gangster that Rich Rod talks about. Yeah, I don't know, man. Shit. I mean, the entertainment value is there. I'm not like that too frequently. Even I'm a little bit surprised. Like, my God. But the entertainment value is there. Undeniable. You know what? I will say this. When I was listening to myself there, though, I know a lot of you guys love that shit, like getting crazy, and maybe that I'm sure that will still happen, but I'm just sitting back and I'm listening to it, and I wonder how much more effective would it have been if I just remained calm, cool, and collected, and wasn't all like jacked up about it, and just said that with less swearing, but more articulately, and just basically sliced and diced Microsoft in that moment. How much more effective that would have been at getting my point across. Probably much more effective. I'll be honest with you. Like, I think that, because the thing is, I was like I basically called a portion of the Xbox fan base that just went through a week of devastation idiots. And yeah, I'm assuming like their knee-jerk reaction to that. You're saying they'd shit talk regardless. You're probably right about that, yeah. That's one thing I have learned, is that there are certain groups on the internet where you are damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, so you may as well just say what you got to say. You're saying let's watch more of it, it's golden. I don't think so, man. I think that was more than enough. Digital Dude 25 with another super chat comes in and says, I wonder if the big holiday PlayStation game for 2025 is Ghost of Tsushima 2. That would be great. That would be shocking. I'd be surprised for that, Digital Dude. I'm thinking Ghost of Tsushima 2 is a little bit further out. I'm thinking that's a 2026 game. I think we could see Wolverine and Ghost of Tsushima drop in the same year in 2026, bro. PS5 Pro Enhanced. Speaking of which, is Indiana Jones going to be PS5 Pro Enhanced now? Oh my God. I will say, though, Sony did say they expect to make much more money off their first-party games. Devil Shooter, believe it or not, that was actually not the clip. The clip I'm referring to be honest, I could probably find it myself because I know the date. I did remember the date. It was November 28th, 2023. The stream I did that day, it was at some point. To be honest, don't worry about it, though, man. Like, this isn't about... It's not about taking victory laps as much as it's just, I hope that the people who have tried so desperately to make me seem like, well, to be fair, I did seem pretty unhinged in that. I was pretty unhinged in that stream, but the people who try to make it sound like I have no idea what I'm talking about, I just hope this makes it clear that sometimes I do. You know? It's not about being right. It's just about analysis. It's about, I'm wrong many times, but there are also times where I'm pretty certain about stuff. And if there was something I was pretty certain about, it was last year in November and December, right after the Activision Blizzard deal went through. As soon as that happened, like the flip of a switch, we started hearing Microsoft, the terminology, multi-platform. Games to PlayStation, games to Nintendo. That stuff wasn't really being talked about that much. As soon as it ended, the deal with ABK, Microsoft went right to the investors and started saying that shit. And I just knew. I'm like, yeah, this is it seems quite obvious like where this is headed. You don't spend that type of money and not turn to the investors and have something to show for it or say for it. Digital Dude 25 with another super chat saying, should Ghost of Tsushima 2 have two main playable characters? I don't think so. I mean, it's like one of these things where maybe if it's something that they were really thinking about and it makes sense for them, but I personally think Ghost of Tsushima 2 should feature Jin Sakai as the main protagonist once again. But one of the things that I said they should do is, now that he's fully embraced the ghost, like, you know, he's the ghost now, for real. He should make it so that he learns other weapons, because the whole thing is in that game, you just use the katana because, you know, you were trained traditionally as a samurai, and that's the weapon they use. But in the game, I mean, he uses like not other weapons, but other gadgets and stuff that I don't even know. Why would I call them gadgets? But different supplies, you know, that traditionally wouldn't be used by samurai. And I think that they should extend that to where one of the biggest upgrades they could make to Ghost of Tsushima 2 is allowing Jin Sakai to master other weapons besides the katana and kind of, you know, go in that direction to really flesh out combat and enhance it. I'd be shocked if they didn't do that. Ghost tools. There you go. If they want to do two main playable protagonists, they could, but I feel like at this point in time, you have Assassin's Creed doing that. So I just don't think it's necessary. If it's something that needs to be done for the story, because that's the thing about Ghost of Tsushima 2 is the story is going to be incredibly important to every aspect of that game. If it's something that needs to serve the story in a really meaningful way and they can make it work, then okay, yeah, I'm open to it. And we have Jerry A with a super chat saying, what a time to be alive. PlayStation and Xbox exclusives all on one console platform. Sony, baby. Also, take a victory lap. Well deserved. Well, I appreciate that, Jerry. Yeah, I mean, there are absolutely Xbox games that I would love to play on PlayStation, for sure. I don't know that Indiana Jones is one that I'm jumping at, but I think, again, Blade, yeah, hell yeah, that's a day one buy for me if that comes to PlayStation. I think about Forza Horizon 5, hell yeah. Forza, dude, I'm really curious to see if this Forza Horizon 5 rumor turns out to be true, because that's going to sell better than Sea of Thieves, quite significantly, I believe. I think that's going to sell. I think that's going to be a multi-million seller easily on PlayStation, even at $70. I firmly believe that. I'm genuinely curious to know, in all seriousness, Jerry, are we going to see Microsoft first-party games PS5 Pro enhanced? I mean, think about it, dude. This Indiana Jones game, I think Tom Warren came out and said it's scheduled for April currently, which is an interesting time because you got to wonder what else is going to be coming out around that time. But the PS5 Pro, as long as it doesn't get delayed, will be out. By that point, it would have been out for almost 6 months. No. Yeah. Hold on. November, December, January. About 4 months. So it'll be out for 3 to 4 months. Could it be PS? Dude, if that, listen, I feel like that's the ultimate insult, dude. I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft doesn't PS5 Pro enhance their games, because dude, that's a straight backhand. That's a backhand. Like a hard, firm backhand to anybody who bought the Series X, dude. Go buy the world's most powerful console. 12 T-flops, baby. 4 years later. Yeah, we're going to take this game that was supposed to be exclusive to this 12 teraflop machine and go put it on that PlayStation machine that's like twice as powerful as this one. So the best playing version of of course the best playing version will be on PC, but like that's just such a weird thing to think that the best playing version of some of these games could be on PlayStation console wise. Like that is that's a step too far in my opinion, even for Microsoft. But yeah, I think you're right. There is some kind of requirement for the PS5 Pro. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yo, all right. Here's a question. So, Microsoft just announced a first-party game of theirs, right? On stage, in front of the world. And one more thing. It was the big announcement, dude. That's the that was the big announcement. And one more thing. It's coming to PS5. How far away are we from Microsoft just announcing any of their games at a PlayStation show during a state of play, during a showcase. How far away are we from that? I feel like we're not far. I feel like we could see Forza Horizon actually fucking announced at a PlayStation show. Like, that's not the craziest shit in the world. I don't know. Or maybe like Flight Simulator. They already gutted their fans with 5 ports, so a pro enhanced version is not much different to a stab in the heart. Yeah, I guess you're saying. I guess what you're saying is true. A firm backhand compared to the gut, getting gutted like that. Yeah, if we're going with that maybe unnecessarily brutal analogy. You think we're very far from that? I don't know, man. Somebody reminded me not that long ago that 2 of Microsoft's games that came to Switch were announced during a PlayStation event, dude. Or sorry, during a Nintendo event. I don't think it's that. Guys, listen to me. Don't be shocked. Like I said, expect anything, man. Don't be shocked if we are getting a PlayStation showcase next month if Microsoft shows up at that fucking showcase, dude. Because you know what the thing that Microsoft is going to have to consider? If PlayStation does do a showcase next month, you're going to have millions upon millions of people watching that shit. That's a good time. That's a good time to let people know we're bringing a game to PlayStation. No way, you don't think so? Phil Spencer's going to walk out on stage. Lego Horizon was at an event. Yeah, see, Sony's doing that shit too now. If they do stay, you're going to stay off Twitter for a week. Digital Dude 25 coming in with another super chat. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all the support. You're saying, I see Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it makes me appreciate Sucker Punch even more. Ghost 2 is going to set the bar for every open-world samurai game going forward. Oh, yeah, dude. I've talked for years about how excited I am for Ghost 2, and I'm okay waiting patiently because, I want Sucker Punch to cook. I don't want them to rush, but I have all the faith in the world that I think Sucker Punch is going, if they haven't already with Ghost of Tsushima, they're absolutely going to cement themselves as one of the top development teams in the world. Certainly. I can't wait, man. It's interesting to think the first time we see Ghost of Tsushima 2, we're going to be seeing the PS5 Pro version as well. So you consider how much these development teams can do with just the base PS5 hardware or the PS4 and the PS4 Pro previously. What are they going to do? What are you going to be able to do with the PS5 Pro, man? Interesting times. Exciting times, potentially. Appreciate the enthusiasm, Digital Dude. Yeah, they knocked it out of the park with the PS4. Art style, peak. They maintain that art style, and they can make everything look even better, like even higher fidelity. Oh man, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Novinzer, remember for 6 months, says eventually it'll get to the point where PlayStation will make Xbox IP games. We bleed blue. Time to crip walk on these bottom dwellers. Holy shit. Rich Rod's infecting the channel here, bro. His ghost. I don't think he's here right now, but his ghost is infecting the channel. Everybody's getting violent, gang violence. That would be nuts. Microsoft licenses an Xbox IP to Sony. What the fuck is going on? Figuratively Literal says Hiroki didn't consider any releases this fiscal year major, but said to expect something major FP wise or first party wise next fiscal year. Something big is coming in 2025. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Figuratively Literal. Yeah. I mean, they did straight up say, we're planning on making way more money from our first party in 2025. And here's the crazy thing about that. We don't know. We know one game in 2025, and that is Death Stranding 2. And listen, Death Stranding 2 is going to make Sony a good chunk of change. Death Stranding 2 is going to do well for Sony. But I don't know that Death Stranding 2 alone is going to be the thing that makes Sony say something like that. Venom, oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that. Ooh, oh come on, Sony. See, I gotta calm down now. Got the hopium is starting to flow with the showcase. The dude says this year we're stacked on PS5 so far. There's nothing to complain about, in my opinion. I'm in agreement, man. I'm already feeling the pressure. Like, I was feeling the pressure earlier this year, but like I said, I want to make sure I can finish Black Myth before I go to Astrobot, and then I want to play Silent Hill 2 Remake, but that's coming out literally at the same time as Until Dawn, which I also want to play. And then there's other third-party games. I want to play The Casting of Frank Stone. I want to play Warhammer 40K. It's like, God, man, how am I gonna find time to play all this stuff? I'm drowning in games, bro. Not again. Jerry A with another super chat says Gears of War Collection and Halo Master Chief Collection edition for PS5 is a day one, no question asked. Buy for me. Oh, dude, I can tell you right now, if either of those games come to PlayStation 5, they're going to sell. I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I know this is going to sound fucking nuts. I think they could easily sell between 7 and 10 million. I do. If Microsoft gives it a huge marketing push. I know that sounds crazy, but dude, you're talking about franchises that were created to sell consoles, potentially going to the competing console with the bigger install base. I think that's genuinely a possibility, man. Especially Halo, dude. I think Halo could be a 10 million plus seller on PlayStation, and I think Microsoft would find a level of success that they could only dream to find for the past like 10 to 15 years, and they would find it on PlayStation. I really believe that. The amount of people, you know what's crazy is like the amount of PlayStation players that I do see, like, I think there are a ton of PlayStation players who actually have at certain points bought Xboxes or went to PC temporarily to play Halo. I don't know, man. I know you're saying Halo 10 million. I don't think so. I don't know, man. I think there's a real appetite. I do. I think there's a real appetite. But we'll see, man. Meet the Cheater says, MBG just pre-ordered the Galaxy Black Series X, just like I told you I would. What a twist of events. What a twist, what a turn. 6 million. I mean, honestly, even if it sold like 5 million, that would be fucking huge. You're talking about a game that was never supposed to get those types of sales ever again. Like, if we're talking about Master Chief Collection or Halo Infinite or whatever. Listen, if people are, by the way, people are wondering why aren't they bringing Gears of War yet? Why aren't they bringing Halo yet? They're waiting, dude. They're waiting for the PlayStation install base to get to 70, 80, 90, maybe 100 million. They want it to get as big as it possibly can. And let me tell you, you drop a PS5 and PS5 Pro enhanced Halo Master Chief Collection or Halo Infinite. I'd say probably the Master Chief Collection has honestly higher sales potential. You drop that shit on PlayStation, oh yeah. When they have 100 million install base, you can sell 10 million easily. You can. Absolutely. And that's what Microsoft's looking at. They got the dollar signs in their eyes, bro. Gears Collection, same thing. Devil Sure, you're saying I believe the Halo remake rumor in the Gears E-Day, that Gears of War E-Day is for PlayStation as well. Yeah, I saw that, Anonymous Boss. It is true. Black Myth Wukong apparently caused a massive PS5 sales surge in China. Not shocked to hear that. Digital Dude with another $2 super chat here. Thank you guys. Time to sleep with. Oh my God. Why, Digital Dude? Why are you bringing that level of chaos and toxicity? Listen, I'm not saying this. Digital Dude is straight up saying it's time to sleep with Xbox wives. Screw those bots. God damn. Digital Dude, I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down. Let's reel it in, bro. I know you're heated right now. I was a little too excited. We're not gonna take things to a level they don't need to be taken to. It's just video games, man. Fred says Rich Rod would be proud. You guys are Digital Dude smoking what Rich Rod is dealing. There we go. And that, my friends, is your typical MBG live stream. Guys, I'm gonna put one last shout out there because we're approaching the 4-hour mark, and I'm gonna bring this to an end. Last call, guys. Are we gonna do it? I'm putting it out there. 38 members. We got 38 members. We need 12 more. We need 12 more members to hit 50. I want to check something. Let me make sure I didn't miss any direct donations. I want to crush a second goal today. I believe in you. I think we can do it. Oops. Trying to see where we're at here. Yeah, so I'm going to be working on the 3rd episode of the Dual Sensibility podcast for members in a couple days. Going to be working on that. We are collectively we're at around 920 total members right now. I really want to see. I don't think we could do it during this stream, but I want to see if we can get to 1,000 members total by the time that 3rd episode goes out. That's my goal. I think it's doable. It's certainly doable with you guys and how crazy you go sometimes. Oh my God. Digital Dude, that could have been a membership gift. God damn it, Digital Dude. Digital Dude is, oh my God. Drop a membership gift, Digital Dude. Sleep with their spouses, empty the fridge, and eat the kids' food. God damn. What are you, like, is this guy a fucking, like, Viking? Somebody help Digital Dude out. Somebody help this man. Yikes. Yeah, I'm like speechless at this point. Oh, okay. All right, guys. I see how it is. So that's how it's going to be today, huh? We ain't hitting 50? All right. I see how it is. No, it's cool. It's cool. We don't need to hit 1,000 members. Holy shit, is that true? Anonymous Boss, you're saying 4.5 million copies of Black Myth have been sold? at launch. That's yeah. Well, first off, Anonymous Boss, that's crazy. Shadowlink, I agree. Shadowlink, it could have been somehow it could have been worse. Digital Dude, all right. I was about to demand Digital Dude drops a membership gift, but then I remember he actually dropped 10 earlier. All right. He says, also take a dump in their toilet without flushing. Well, that's just rude. I will say though, that seems appropriate. Well, first off, I mean it's not appropriate, but I mean it's like in the context, like comparatively speaking, it's more appropriate. Digital Dude 20, there we go. He did it. He listened. Digital Dude said, you know what? After making it, my man MBG read that shit, I need a sponsorship. I need it. Don't make me do it. No, but thank you, Digital Dude. I do appreciate it, man. Well, guys, Digital Dude dropped a gift. We're at 39. Let me, God. What? Why? Go. Let's see where we at. Oh, hold on. There we go. Digital Dude comes in. I knew he was gonna do. I'm like, after making me read that, Digital Dude's gonna come and he's like, I know this is what I have to do. I know this is the right thing to do. He's atoned once again. Digital Dude 25 dropping the 10 bomb on you guys. Titus, I'm not dancing. That's not nice. Hey, look, I'm just trying to get to the goal before we wrap it up, all right? If things get a little bit wild, a little bit weird, I get it. It's not everybody's cup of tea. But Digital Dude, look at that. He did it, though. I appreciate that, man, for real. You didn't actually have to do that. Dance, monkey, dance. That's the closest thing I have to it's not a monkey, but that's how I feel on the inside. That's how I feel on the inside. But in all seriousness, Digital Dude, thank you so much for that, bro. You just dropped 12 membership gifts on top of a lot of super chats, showing incredible support. You did it, bro. You did it. We got to 50. He made it happen. Let me show you so we can celebrate this W together. And just like that, we're on our way, man. We're on our way to 1,000 members. 2 goals crushed today. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much to everybody. Shadowlink. I'm not, you know what? I was going to say that requires a 50 bomb. No, it doesn't. I'm not doing that. I'm not literally willing to dance like a monkey. All right. Or do whatever that dance is. But I will say this stream definitely went longer than I expected it to. I find that actually shocking. 4.5 million. I don't know. Maybe it's not that shocking. They had over 2.2 million players yesterday on Steam, bro. So now that I'm thinking about it, that's actually not shocking at all. That's massive. That is colossal. 4.5 million. And Magnum Gaming comes in with a super chat saying, I was hoping for a physical release, but I caved and bought Black Myth last night. So far, it's looking good. Yeah, I feel like that's happening to a lot of people. I'm not the biggest fan of a game being digital only and not having a physical version, but I bought it and I'm enjoying it. I am. I'm not too deep into it, only a couple of hours, but oh geez, Gaming Survivor, no, dude. No. I should get WD-40 as a sponsor though, shouldn't I? streaming tomorrow. Today's Wednesday, right? So I should be streaming tomorrow. I'm loath to say this because I'm always changing shit up, but what I would like to do is a regular streaming schedule of Sunday through Thursday. Sunday through Thursday, with a couple of members lounges scattered throughout, and then Friday is the off day, and then Saturday is podcast day, dual sensibility podcast day. That's the goal. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be able to maintain that and maintain the highest energy levels that I hope to hold on to. Get that WD-40 bag. You held out on Baldur's Gate 3 physical. Game is good as advertised. Better even. Yeah, sometimes it pays to wait, man. Actually, a lot of times it probably does. I actually didn't get the deluxe edition of Black Myth. No, I was looking at what they were giving, and I'm like, I'm cool. I'll just get the $60 version. I don't know what I'm missing out on, but couple of rant lounges. Yeah. Well, guys, I think this is where we will conclude today's stream. I had a really good time. I think we had a lot of really interesting discussions, a lot of craziness, a lot of chaos, but a lot of energy. Appreciate it. I don't know. I feel like, let me get a read real quick before we close this out. Is it just me? Starting to feel it a little bit, You know what I'm talking about? Like I'm feeling the energy. I'm starting to feel, I don't know, the water's starting to move. It's not so still anymore. The calm before the storm, potentially. Is anybody else feeling that way, or is that just me? Is it in my head? When's the next lounge? So, if I stream tomorrow, I'm going to do a members lounge tomorrow for sure. I have been slacking a little bit on the members lounges. It's because I'm trying to get adjusted. I'm trying to make sure I do as many regular streams as I can. I'm trying to be honest, I think things are all messed up right now because recording the podcast is new, and it's something that I'm in the process of figuring out how to properly balance that, because the truth is that podcast situation is like a day and a half worth of work. No joke. It actually is like way more time consuming than I expected it to be, but I enjoy doing it, and I want to continue it. So I have to like figure out the proper schedule and work balance to where I want to. My goal is to make sure nothing has to be axed. I don't want to have to axe the podcast and be like, I can't keep up with it. I don't want to axe the members lounge. I don't want to cut down my regular streams. I mean, that just feels kind of unfair to people who can't afford a membership or are not lucky enough to get gifted a membership. So it's about trying to find the right balance. Oh shit. Totally forgot to not a huge, that was an overreaction, but I totally meant to do this earlier. Guys, listen. I don't know how many channel members are here right now. We have 210 people watching. If you are a channel member, please do this as soon as this stream ends. You don't have to, but I would really appreciate it. I put out a members only community post. Okay? And it's for the Q&A for the podcast. We do have some questions there, but I feel like a lot of people missed this post. A lot of members missed it. A lot of new members that just received gifts recently. So please go to the community tab. You could do it even now while the stream is still happening. And if you have a question, or if you want to think of a question or something, I can't guarantee yours will get picked, but I just completely forget to let people know, newly gifted people, that that's a thing you can do now if you got a membership. So, all right. Do I think Sony's going to buy the studio? I don't think so. I think it might be a little bit messy for Sony to own a Chinese studio. But guys, that is going to do it for today's stream. a very long one. Thank you so much. I want to make sure I extend a massive thank you to everybody who supports the channel directly. The only reason I can do these streams and we can have these conversations and I can have my completely deranged, unhinged rants is because you guys make it possible. So we hit 50 members today. Huge shout out to you guys for that. A lot of super chats as well. Really appreciate that. And some direct donations. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps. If you guys see him in the comment section, give him some thanks. I know he appreciates it. Thank you for that, Devil Shooter. It means a lot, bro. And yeah, that's it, guys. It's getting really hot in this room. So I'm going to head out now. I'm going to go probably play some more Black Myth Wukong in a little while. Just do me one last favor as you're leaving and hit that like button for me, okay? But that does it. I will catch you guys hopefully tomorrow with another stream. Same time, same place. So I hope to see you here. And until then, guys, take care. Wait. Holy shit. Dude, I literally have it right here. End stream. Digital Dude 25 with the final $2 super chat. Least I could do is read it after he just dropped 12 membership gifts. Taco Bell Blunder